things are not going good. Today has been a shitty day in the games industry, and has encapsulated a lot of feelings that I've had. But here's what I want to say, friends. Like,
don't boil the puppy. You'll violate the terms of the lease, and you'll get the paparazzi on you.
It's very good advice. Very good advice. All of you, thank you. Okay, so here's what we're going to do today. We need to vent about this, because I need to. We're going to talk about what's been going on, like the Microsoft fuckery and everything as it's kind of stacked. But we're going to shot chase to this. I have a indie as fuck game to show you. Right? So I saw this cross my feed, a few weeks back, called The Tower on the Borderland. So it is based off of a 1908 surrealist novel about a guy that moves to a secluded house and just starts tripping tits.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Johnny! What and welcome.
What hope?
How many months is that? Jesus. Johnny, thank you. Like, Keldrew was just celebrating 20 months, which is a lot. 63 months is many times 20.
Captain on the bridge.
Whoop!
Hello. I returned from hiking the canyons of Utah. It has its ups and downs.
As it ups and downs. Harriman, thank you kindly. Apparently we're doing train first. Alright. So, we stay positive. We stay positive while the train is in effect. But cathartic yelling
Flowers
will...
BOIL and indie games. Maybe this isn't such a bad day after all.
Spellcasting. Piss boil. PRSSBOIL. Hashtag piss on the stove. Oh. But okay. Fearless, thank you kindly for the bits. Thank you all. Ehrman, that's the full 67-month compliment. And tier 3!
PISSONTHESTOVE.
Yeah, so Fearless, it caught yours, but not Nick's. Piss on a stove. Also, Nick, the Yalden is yours. Okay, but here is my promise to you all. This is not just going to be a coffee chat of unhinged yelling. Like, sometimes we've got to get them feelings out. Sometimes we've got to indulge a little bit of that. Ah! But ultimately, when we end stream today, I want it to be, I don't know, I want it to be net positive. And like, well, yeah. As I said, I'm going to offset today with interesting indie
Reactor
nonsense
online,
and...
sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What hope? Looks like I caught a train.
You
slam.
absolutely did. Though if you wanted to get off at one of the early stops, it is unfortunately well past. But British Beaver, come on in. And thank you. Like, 54 months is nothing to sneeze at. Like I said, 20 months is ridiculous. Why any of you would put up with me for more than a day and change, I have no idea. So, thank you. I know, Angelos, we are going to... It is hot boiled piss o'clock. With very good reason. But I just want to make sure that, yeah, when we end stream today, we've done more good than rage. We've done more than just get angry listlessly, you know? But I tell you, I had to dig deep to get started today. I had one of those peak garbage days yesterday. I'm still upset about it. Like, And through it all, I pulled it out of my ass. I went on over to, and I got in my little work mode. I made a wonderful video, like a great video game, right? And J-Post, thank you kindly. Like, 2 hours, one sitting, let's play style. I was funny, I was on point, I showed off the good bits, did great. Went to look at the rushes, and apparently at some point, OBS, in its updated wisdom, had changed my codec. So when I did my little my little recording test at the beginning, it's all fine and wonderful, because there's very few moving colors and moving images. So the codec doesn't have to work hard. I'm more testing the audio than anything else. So I do 2 hours recording, get ready to send it off, and it just looks like trash garbage. So we're trying to pull it out myself.
Next station and snipe.
Yeah, Wolfgrad, how long it'll be yours, I do not know. But thank you, that's 1,000 bits for it. That's $10 to keep us going. And like, it was just, you know, when you dust yourself off, you pull yourself up, and like, no, I'm gonna do the thing, and you do the thing, and it's a fucking disaster. So it has taken a lot to sit here in front of you, friends. It's taken a lot. So yeah, that's why it's important today that the goal is net positive, alright? So, while everybody comes on in, well, we're all having a little hangout and a natter mid-train. How are you all doing? Tell me your tales.
My so found out
shit!
that our lights broke during the vacation but didn't tell me. Really kept me in the dark.
Okay, Ehrman, that did get a proper chortle. And yes, sorry, Wolfgrad, so much for being y'all. You got the chair kicked out from under you there. God, that was the Yaldum equivalent of I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast Fireball. So yeah, be it tiny or massive, what are the good things that have been going on with you, friends? Like, I'm trying to offset what is about to be some unhinged rage. Oh, so while the video did not go well, I'm going to attempt to do a similar one this evening. The title I was playing was even better than I thought it was going to be, on top of it being good. So, on a game I already knew I liked and was already looking forward to doing stuff on, and then I got basically like a pre-release build, and it's even better than I was hoping for. So on top of like that and the abiotic factor, both being fucking bangers, living for it. Oh, and Naru, what and welcome. Bright Karma got commissioned to paint a helmet. Lovely. That's pretty fucking cool. Abiotic Factor has been doing great. Hades 2 has been doing great. Like, apparently, even in its early access state, Hades 2 has set a new concurrent user record, which I think is fucking grand. Like, concurrent users doesn't necessarily equal success, but it's certainly not an indicator of failure, right? Ooh, lovely. So I was amazing how quickly solo, like, one-to-one campaigns go in D&D. Oh yeah, and whilst we're still in officially train time, as we have hit, we have trundled past level 5. This is the game I'm bringing you all today. It is... I don't even know what this is. It's got the illustration styles of Mike Magnolia. It has like the gameplay and characteristics of a tank controls shooter from the PS1 era. It very much evocative of Parasite Eve 2, but it has the overall vibe check of this like surrealist, like Edgar Allan Poe shit. Like, oh, wait, cool. The alpha, that sounds fucking rad. While sleep was being a bit of a joke, I did finally watch the last season of The Mandalorian, and it's everything
I've
Tiny
been
will
playing
hope
the
for.
new Hades too. I love it when...
This message has been censored for spoilers. No, and I do appreciate it because there are a lot of friends in the long ship who will be avoiding Hades 2 because of spoilers. It's one of the reasons why I'm not streaming it today. When we stream it, I don't know. I'm really tempted to careen into it. Oh, and Wolfgrad, happy to hear that, like, on a hard day it ends on a plus, right? And sorry, and Akira, thank you for the 500. That's really fucking cool. You know? What are the other positive industry things we're going down? Another Crab's Treasure has done great.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I have fixed a thing at my job. I am a lump.
No, you know what? I didn't have a bit for that one. Sorry, Quasi. My innards are very, very unhappy with me, thus the cheeky tea burps. But, so, Quasi, I'm glad the thing got fixed, and thank you for 66 months, you fucking legend. Also, start the day with a full-on level 6 train. Not too feckin' shabby, friends. Not too feckin' shabby. Thank you. And Ludo, Watto, and welcome. So, like I said, ultimately, my goal today is that when we end stream, we can end it on more of a positive note than we started. You know, at times like this, especially for people that exist on twitch.television or in the social media sphere. Oh shit, there are new train emotes. Ah, cool. This little goblin guy. Look at this little dude. He's just living his best life. Huh, sorry. My goal overall today is to leave it on a positive note, alright? We're going to talk about some shitty things and some shitty stuff, but yeah, when we conclude stream today, I hope it's on a positive note. That's my goal. Okay. Where to fucking start? Where to fucking start? Should we just get into the big meaty stuff? Like, I'm not trying to do this like a fucking ringleader. I'm not trying to do this like some kind of strange circus. Although, actually, as a quick aside, where is it? I do need to put on the radar of. I'm sure most of you already know it, but just in case. Oh, wait, cool. Sorry, on the plus side, Nick was saying they had a long talk with a client about boundaries today, and it went surprisingly well. That's lovely. I have to have a long talk with a client about how you've got to answer. You've got to answer my staff if you want them to happen, because I got other people I'm working for. That's another story. So, before we get into the meat, how many of you are aware of the Amazing Digital Circus? If you haven't come across it, it's an animation on YouTube from a very popular little animation scene, and it is predominantly about a group of people trapped in a VR experience. The second episode dropped, what, a few days back? Yeah, about 3 days ago. And for full context, like, this goes to some dark places. But the reason I wanted to put it on the radar of anybody that's not encountered it yet is the manner in which it looks at games and game mechanics from a existentially horrifying perspective. It's genuinely fascinating. So, like, if it's not something you come across, that's episode 2. Kind of like a truncated decadence in certain ways, if that means anything to you. And if it doesn't, don't worry. But, yeah. Just a really interesting look at that, like, Pony Island, Dan Mullins, Everhood vibe. You know? It feels like a meta-narrative game of a game that doesn't exist. And, I don't know, it was something that popped across my feed and genuinely surprised me. So, without further ado, what the fuck? Pop the kettle on, it's piss boiling time. What the fuck? I was struggling to sleep this morning because my life and body are completely out of whack. And so I saw like the first like little Jason Schreier specials, and I was like, come the fuck on. And yeah, if you didn't see what happened, Microsoft have gutted a fuckload of studios. Just gone, bye! Predominantly Arcane Austin, Tango Works, fucking... And I'm just reeling. There's so many people are. And like, we are... Yes. Now look, I know I got prickly about this last week, but I hope that this all puts into context of why I was just not giving a fuck about the whole Helldivers sign-in thing. I understand. Users were perturbed at the idea of having to sign in with an additional account in Spaces. It was never a good idea, but what an absolute nothing burger with fries compared to this actual stuff. Well, we've talked about the teams that have been like, we need to stop games companies from killing video games by suing them in France. Like, homies, The Crew was a 14-year-old Ubisoft game. I love your enthusiasm, but this is the shit that matters. And look, I understand that for users it's very hard to understand. For the gamers, they don't have all the information and details. They don't know that they've just lost a fuckload of games. Because you and I know, well, we know, sorry, but when a game is successful, that company will always start speccing out a sequel. Whether it happens or not is another matter. But there is a document, there's probably some fucking prototypes of Prey 2, or Prey Nouveau, or what have you. There is a gloriously weird Art Deco cyberpunk mimic game sequel there that is now dead as a fucking doornail. Whatever the fuck Tango Works were making, now they didn't have to worry about, you know, absolutely only doing The Evil Within. Like, and as many of you have said, both on Discord and social media and things like that, like, the BAFTA award-winning Hi-Fi Rush. The game that rocked socks so hard with no fanfare. Like, for those of you that might not have been around, so Hi-Fi Rush just came out. Now, it was released during one of the Microsoft, I think, like E3 presses. What would have been the E3 presses. But they did the thing that you should never do, which is just release your game with no hype, no prep, no nothing. And it did good. Like, Hi-Fi Rush started an extra 100 meters back from the start line and still fucking screamed past everybody. Like, what a fucking win! Just clack. Like, well, so Nifty Chris, like, we'll jump to that in a bit, but there's definitely been a message sent now, which is that no one is safe. No one is safe. Like, Phil Spencer made this big fucking pony show yet last year about how we're sorry. You know what? It's our fault that Redfall was bad. It's not Arcane Austin's fault. It's our fault. We didn't really pay attention to it. You know, we weren't giving it the attention it deserves. We're sorry. Clack! What the fuck, Phil? Your commitment to making sure it can become what it wants to apparently seems to wait a year, not even that, lock it in the fucking toilet, push it off a cliff! Phil! Yeah, the gravel pit's real fucking full after today. And again, like, Nifty Chris, we will get to what you're saying. I just need to fucking vent. Now, look. Ultimately, we can just say things like, capitalism bad. Okay, I understand how the game is played, but this is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. And the way that it seems to be is all that we've seen today is about the restructuring of Bethesda inside of Microsoft, right? Like, the level of fucking insanity of this... Sorry, I have a lot of feelings all bouncing around. So basically, Bethesda are owned by Microsoft, but they're a blob of their own blob, right? And I guess because Starfield ate shit, and because last year Redfield wasn't good, I guess they were looking to do some wibbly-wobbly nonsense. Which means that everything nice that was said, the things that we complimented them on last year for being honest and, like, open about, like, you know, what was happening behind the scenes and how they were looking onto... how they were going to be looking after these studios moving forward, was nothing more than a fucking puppet show. But, I mean, Moose, but yes, we are talking about a $3 trillion company. Like... Sorry, let's bring it back, because I'm getting very spread out. I'm not being useful or coherent. Because you can listen to any number of white men be wrong about this on the internet, or at least be coherent. Yeah. The thing that had me spitting curses earlier was actually something Danny O'Dwyer posted of NoClip. And Danny's like, you know, over the years, I've been fucking crunching to keep my team together. Like, he's... Like, NoClip is not a massive operation. It's a small team, but it's a team, right? And we know so many indie studios and so many squads that are working so hard. They're working so hard just to keep their teams afloat, right? Like, we have to understand that there's going to be a load of indie studios that have had to close because of the nature of the fucking planet right now, alright? No hate to those people, they are fighting their best. You know, there's been a few studios that have just been honest, like, look, we couldn't secure funding, so we've got to shut the doors. But, like, in this, there's no fucking accountability. Phil's gonna be all fucking buddy-buddy with everybody, because we're like, what? Month or two away from faux E3 season, he's gonna stand on his fucking stage and be like, my name's Phil Spencer, like some cracked out Muppet twat. Sorry, bring it back. He's going to stand in front of people and say all these things, and any platitudes that he says now about how they're going to look after studios and devs means fucking nothing. And again, we're not talking about just failed products, right? Like, I do not. Oh, Naru, look after yourself, friend. Look after yourself. I will ask, or I'll post in Discord when we swap over to the game. Because after this, we are moving to a dyed-in-the-wool indie game that is a mix of, like, surrealist 1900s literature, Mike Magnolia weirdness, and Parasite Eve. So, and Jumami, what time welcome. But what this means is that, right now, no one is safe. Because what I was going to say is that we've seen situations in the past where studios have been shuttered because things weren't working. Now, I'm going to point to Lionhead, but Lionhead's mismanagement came from Microsoft. But the reason why Lionhead was shuttered was because Fable Legends just kept dragging on and dragging on. Now, that's not fair on the Lionhead team because they weren't the ones that wanted to make Fable Legends. Microsoft wanted them to make that. They wanted to make Fable 4, and they didn't get to do that. Okay. If a studio has been dragging their heels for too long and burning through money for too long, if it has been flop after flop, eventually you do have to be like, alright, guys, what's going on? Like, I understand that is one of the dark sides of business. Sometimes the toxic management is too ingrained. Sometimes the people leading the project are fucking idiots. The irony, of course, the Fable series is the only reason it's a Lionhead game or a big blue box game is the original, like, creative leads of it were fucking idiots. Dragged their heels, and then, because the deal they had with Microsoft, they had to ship. No, Wallosaurus, it is, absolutely. Like, yeah, it's just been really hard not to be a massive twat on every, like, Creative Assembly post I see, especially when they're like, yay, we're celebrating so-and-so, and I'm like, that must be a cold comfort, everybody you fucking fired. But anyway, yeah, like, there's no accountability, there's no respect, and at this point, there's nothing really that can be said. Like, what the fuck's gonna happen? Phil's gonna come out and pet a seal and go, we're sorry. It's Phil with some chickens on a farm being like, I'm so sorry we had to, you know, destroy a bunch of people's livelihoods at a time when there are no fucking jobs to go around. Even though we've got trillions of dollars, we're sorry. Like, then create a situation where everybody who is like one of those, like, we'll call them new acquisitions, you know, the studios that were bought to be part of the Game Pass initiative, you know, fucking Ninja Theory, like, the team making Hellblade and stuff like that, they're about to launch an incredibly expensive, very niche fucking game. If I were them, I'd be freaking the fuck out because success doesn't apparently mean victory. Like, this is what's so fucked up about it. Like, Tango Works pulled off the impossible. You know this, I know this. They pulled off the impossible. A music combat rhythm game from a predominantly horror-themed studio that slapped so hard it won multiple awards, was venerated by the entire industry, and caused a bunch of us to have to tell people, no, you still have to market your game. You can't do what Hi-Fi Rush did. They were this lightning in a bottle moment, but fuck them, I guess. Like, I know you all get it, and like, again, I almost don't want to go too much into the hows, like the why this happened. Because, one, it comes down to, like, the insanity of the American system of infinite growth. It's not about sustainability. It's about an ever bigger hoard of coins. The hoard of coins must always be bigger than it was last year. Always. You know this, I know this. And talking about that is cold comfort, you know. Come the revolution, things will be very different. But that's not happening for a while. just the fucking insanity of it, you know? Time and time again, just seeing these massive operations eat shit. Yeah, and Wallosaurus, you're entirely correct. Oh yeah, well, and Airman, they already went through Actibliz with a hedge trimmer. They already did their post-acquisition layoffs, which is bad. Yeah. Well, and so Hoffers, like I said, that's why I'm gonna make sure today is a 1-2 punch. This is not just gonna be games industry bad, but. Got that quadruple A to look forward to. The irony, of course, being that Skull and Bones wasn't actually a nightmare project, and probably should have been cancelled multiple times. But no, kill the fucking Hi-Fi Rush guys, I guess. Look, I know it's Ubisoft and Microsoft. It just... The whole point of the Game Pass maneuver is platform domination, right? And the way you achieve that is by creating a massive block of hugely successful titles. Sorry, Yves Guillemot and the quadruple A game. Okay, so look. Love them or loathe them, Nintendo has done one thing consistently, which is it has its stable of main titles. It maintains those teams, it maintains those IPs, it keeps them together, right? So, there's always a Zelda, there's always a Mario, right? That has proven, like, year in, year out, to be one of their biggest, like, powers of stability. Like, the Game Pass methodology is to hell with consoles, right? It's about everybody being on your platform. If your platform is running on somebody else's hardware, doesn't matter if it's their PC, their console, what have you, doesn't matter. It's the Mr. World. It's not even about whether they're buying salsa or not anymore. It's that the salsa always comes from you. You are the platform. It's a... It's a strategy that would, in a less villainous mindset, essentially allow you to maintain and support even large studios for long periods of time, right? But we've already been shown that there will be none of that with Microsoft's operation. That's the kicker of today. They're not going to be sustaining this operation. Like, sorry, I guess my thoughts are still a little jumbled. What I'm saying is that Microsoft have shown they have no qualms in just fucking killing teams, even teams that succeed. So what reason do people have to stay there? I assure you, every fucking person who is a Microsoft-owned studio or is a creative there is now thinking like, how do I get out? If they can kill these guys, what's to say they won't fucking take me out, right? The Game Pass methodology worked because of a symbiosis. You know, you agree to put your game on Game Pass, we look after you. You join our ranks, we give you the benefits and we take away the headaches. You know, you help build to this like ever-growing catalogue of games until eventually it starts becoming the only competitor. You know, you have those huge tentpole releases. You have your, you know, your Halos and your, I don't know, fucking, I'm trying to think of another one. My brain's going blank. Your Sea of Thieves and shit like that, right? Your big uns. And then you keep building that catalog of games, until you're unstoppable. But that requires buy-in, that requires people to be part of your ecosystem, and we've just found out that ecosystem is hostile as shit. You know? The whole point that you get bought by a big company is for stability, right? If you've never had to do the funding dance, it can be easy to underestimate how fucking brutal it is. Running around the games industry trying to find a buck to make your game is one of the hardest and most difficult parts of it. Didn't used to be. It's gotten considerably worse in the last, 2 years. But, especially during, the era of milk and honey post-lockdown, that sweet spot where anyone could get signed for anything, right? That was still one of the hardest parts of developing a video game. So when, Mr. Billy Big Bollocks is like, hey, we're buying studios, as a studio head, you kind of ask yourself, alright, do we want to maintain our independence? Or do I want to give my people benefits and not have to worry about fucking firing them in 6 months because I fucked up, because I couldn't find bank? That's a genuine thing to think about. Only, whoops, get fucked, because you can succeed at all of these things and still get shot in the back of the fucking head. Sorry. And again, this is why I got so fucking prickly about the fucking PSN bollocks over the weekend. I even yelled at somebody about it. Because again, it was such a nothing burger. There was this, what was it that Save Our Games thing doing the rounds recently. A consumer-led thing to make it so that all video games have to be available forever. And I get it. This is user-end stuff. I understand. People don't see, but this is the kind of shit people should be getting mad about. This is the kind of shit we should be seeing, flaming threads and review bombs and insanity over. I don't wish ill on the people in the front lines, but, this is the point to start ringing the fucking dinner bell. If a successful studio that put out an award-winning game can just be fucking capped in the back of the head, then what the shit? Anyway. It's just... Yes. Oh no, Moose! Don't even get me fucking started on the... I've no patience anymore for, for misinformed YouTubers. I am tired. I have shit to do. Okay, sorry, just... Games Union now. If everybody in the Microsoft-owned studios had formed a union, they could just fucking down tools. Imagine what that would do right now. Xbox Live stops because good studios have been let go. That's the kind of shit that kicks ass. Just livid. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Star Wars the last day, and my brain keeps going, you were supposed to be the chosen one! You were supposed to bring balance to the Force! The whole fucking thing was that this was supposed to be reformed Microsoft. This was supposed to be new Xbox. We buy studios and we support them. And if the games don't sell, well, we'll just keep supporting them. It's all about Game Pass, it's all about winning together and all that bollocks. No, it fucking wasn't. Bunch of fucking noise. The Redfall thing I thought was really... Okay, that's a big old... Well, so Moose, you're not wrong, but for one thing. It's not they, it's us. Alright? That is the thing we've got to start, like, defining. The people who have been fucked over, they are us and we are them. That's the only thing I would say. It is about forming a solid and powerful union. Even those of us on the outside can help with that. Right? They are the only ones that can form a union, yes, but we can support the shit out of them. It is very, very hard to bust unions that have external support. You know what I mean? Oh, Angelus, I haven't had the wherewithal to actually look at what's going on, but if I had to guess, it's not about the immediate. It's going to be about reports on the quarter. So, because we've just had someone more knowledgeable than me be able to tell you how far we are for the next quarter. Because first quarter ends about like April-ish, right? And so that's where we had all the super layoffs at the beginning of the year. Usually, this is the time of the year when there's a huge uptick in hiring because financial year ends, people find out whether or not they have funding, then they start bringing people in. Like, sorry. I'm trying not to just spit curse words at the sky right now. I'm trying to at least maintain a cohesion. But it's the only reason I can think of that this is happening is because they are not confident. Okay, they are not confident that Bethesda is going to look profitable in this coming quarter. That's the only thing I can think of to be the reason to do this, right? Because it's not value. Like, Tango Works have already proved their value, and it can't be... Yeah, and so Wallosaurus, you're right. Usually in situations like this, I try and understand why it happens. That's one of the reasons I love doing the show, is that when we encounter these like biz dev decisions that don't make sense, I try and break it down. I'm just too fucking raw for it. And it feels gross. Sometimes trying to understand can seem like support or validation or an excuse. I'm just too... Yeah. So yay. I mean, I try and prescribe to the never attribute to malice what can be easily described by stupidity. My current theory is that the Fallout situation probably saved a lot of people that would have been part of core Bethesda. Now, if I try and put myself in that, like, Blackadder, dickheads around a table with a pan and brush type biz dev strategy, if they were going to be doing cuts just across all of Bethesda, right? So, lose Arcane, Austin, because of they don't want to deal with Redfall anymore. It's evil and shit, but it makes sense. Alright, and what was the other one? The other one was like a Mobage company. Hang on, let me just make sure I've got the facts right before we start. Okay. So we got Redfall bringing down Arcane Austin. Don't like it, but alright. Ghostwire Tokyo was in development before the acquisition, if I remember correctly, and it did fine. Obviously, Hi-Fi Rush was the little baby brother that kind of superseded it. But Ghostwire Tokyo wasn't bad. It did fine. Greybeard, I'm doing my best here. There's 60 of us. We all need to get a turn. Don't be an arse. And Wallosaurus as well. Like, it's fine. There's a lot of information to unpack. We've all got a lot of feelings. But, like, just looking over it, Mighty Doom was a Doom-themed Mobage. Like, the only thing that we can see that might have indicated that Microsoft was being less than fair with Tango was that, was it Shinji Mikami? Left Tango Gameworks last year, so maybe this shit's been brewing for a while. But honestly, I feel like they felt they had to make cuts to the Bethesda entity. But with a massive spike in surge in success around Fallout, they decided to leave core Bethesda alone for now. Because obviously, you know, part of their strategy for buying that whole thing, Game Pass tentpole. Redfall was supposed to be the first, then Starfield was going to be the fucking golden bullet. Like, holy shit, Space Skyrim? That's something you buy a whole fucking publisher for. Okay. Sorry, I'm just not yelling as loud as I was earlier. Okay. Okay. And take a beat. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to... I am not trying to be combative with you all, friends, and I do apologize if that's coming across this way. Like, honestly, I've been about, like... I'm not doing good outside of stream right now. As I said earlier, I was doing very, very poorly yesterday, but I managed to pull my pants up, managed to get shit done, and everything that I did yesterday was unusable. And it has not been good. So apologies if I'm a little bit more, you know, prickly than usual. So bringing it back, bringing it back. Describing it as business got a business feels like I'm giving these fuckers a pass. And honestly, usually I'd want to understand this better, but right now it feels gross and weird. And it has me re-guessing all of these things that happened around Microsoft, because initially the comms coming out of it was good. The people signing Game Pass deals were happy, and the studios were removed from a lot of the stressors, right? The whole point that people sold their studios to places like Microsoft was if the storm did come, and it has, you could shore up under a giant umbrella, right? That you and yours would be safe with good old, you know, Mr. the Microsoft. And now they're just being fucking killed in their storm bunker for peanuts. for imaginary numbers. Like, as Moose was pointing out, like, Ikumi left after the Ghostwire announce to go set up their own thing. Like, perhaps it's like Microsoft still doesn't know how to treat Japanese studios good. That could be a big part of it. Eriman, not that has crossed my feed. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but just not that it hasn't crossed my feed. So, I do think that the Fallout success probably shifted what would have been a much more brutal cull. Because now core Bethesda is looking way more successful on paper. The irony, of course, being that all the Fallout games were available for no money to people already paying for Game Pass. So, like, Fallout's spike in, rejuvenated interest hasn't generated additional revenue. It's generated additional visibility, but it's not made bank. Because if the goal is already to have people as part of the ecosystem, they're already there. All of the Fallout games were free available for. Now, they can make that look good in, like, shareholder PR propaganda, but it's very different from, like, actually bringing in bank. Ooh. So aside from everyone in the Microsoft Xbox department unionizing, what can we do? I mean, today, nothing. If you know anybody affected by it, a kind word, a Ko-Fi, fucking offer to hang out is probably all you can really do today, right? Moving forward, I don't know. Supporting a Microsoft, supporting specifically an Xbox union for people working under the Xbox brand would be very powerful. There is... Sorry, many things and many different angles all at once. Yeah, well, it's okay. So Happy Pie, this is one of the things that we need to be very specific about. Yes, there are lots of studio shutdowns right now, but they happen for very different reasons. And we need to be specific about how we talk about these, because, like, this right here, this is just high-tier big business fuckery. All right? Embracer was wild, unhinged fuckery that, frankly, shouldn't be fucking legal. And those that took part in said stupid. Well, Embracer Group was an insane thing that should never have existed. But it did. Alright? This is something else. And also, we need to have compassion for the studios that are shutting down because they broke. Like, a lot of people have talked about, like, interest rates and stuff like that, and those are hitting the small to mid studios like a fucking brick in a sock. Like, those are the peeps we need to have, like, empathy and compassion for where we can. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, Angelo's, and that's why this is all hitting so hard. This is why this is so raw. This is why this is all so fucking rage-inducing. And it's fine to feel that way on this, you know? This is the shit to get mad about. And again, not to keep banging this drum, but it really fucking pissed me off over the weekend. With everyone being like, oh my god, Sony's gonna make you sign into an account to play Helldivers. Fuck off. Okay, I'm not for it, right? But you're talking about a mild inconvenience. This right here, this is the shit to get mad about. And I know I said this before, but it just keeps rattling around in my skull of like, this is actually games being killed. not the other fuckery that people have been wanking themselves raw about. Like, I am sorry that a 14-year-old racing game is shutting down. I'm so glad that you had a great time with it. But licenses expire. Art isn't permanent. Support your local weirdos, right? But right now, whatever it was that those teams are making is dead. Microsoft is too powerful for you to be able to take your toys and go somewhere else. Like, you think Nexon is stressy spaghetti? Microsoft's legal team, you don't hear about them. That's how good they are. All right? For those who don't know, the team behind Dark and Darker supposedly built the game at Nexon, according to Nexon, and then re-released it elsewhere. Now, we've talked a lot about the battleship problem in video games, right? The idea that as games succeed more, they increase their headcount and they grow larger, and they become bigger and bigger until they're these unwieldy beasts trying to make impossibly large video games that will never be able to generate enough revenue to sustain. Like, the big publisher model is basically whatever that thing that alligators have. They basically just grow until they can no longer consume enough calories to survive and then just fucking die. Alright? But this, I don't know, this is them cutting pieces of themselves off for some perceived ritual of insane proportion. And that's why, again, I want to make sure we're separating this out, because there are people who are fighting to keep their studios alive. That was the thing I was saying earlier about, like, Danny Dwyer talking about the NoClip team and how, like, he eats glass to try and keep his squad together. That's such a different world than what we're seeing here. And again, this is the point. It's okay to get fucking mad about this. Now, Happy Pie, I don't have anything to back that up, but shamanistically, what I saw of how Embracer Group was handling everything so fast and so haphazardly, that seems like it makes sense. Like, Embracer Group was an insane gamble that should not have existed. Well, Squarepeg, that's entirely fair. Squarepeg was saying that they've spoken to some friends at Obsidian who are very worried. Everyone should be fucking worried. If I were Ninja Theory, I'd be shitting myself right now. They're about to put out an incredibly expensive, incredibly niche product. Alright? Now, okay, maybe Hellblade, Senua's Beach Adventure, or whatever it's called, Senua's Party Palace, is going to be more action-focused, is going to be more combat-focused, the kind of thing that the gamers would really enjoy. But let us remember, Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice was a psychological journey through one person's actual schizophrenic mind with light combat and heavy emphasis on what the fuck, right? Much like horror, those games are great, they are important, but I'm going to be a little bit of a dick for a second, I do apologize, but you can have a game like Halo and everyone can play Halo all the time. You can't say the same thing about That Dragon Cancer. It's a great game, I'm glad it exists, but it's not the kind of thing you want a season pass for. Just saying. Just saying. No one... Sorry, my humor's broken right now. Real life's kicking my ass. But that's the point, yeah. Hellblade is never going to do Grand Theft Auto numbers. Hellblade is never going to do money hand over fist. So they're about to launch a very expensive game that is meant to be a crown jewel, a centerpiece. And yes, Senua's Beach Adventure actually does now need to exist. It's because the only bit I can remember from the E3 presentations was the beach fight. But yeah, no, I'd be shitting bricks at that point, right? Like right now, the studios under Microsoft have to team up. They've got to form some kind of union. Because right now, that's the only way they survive. So I've put some more chill jams on. Some of the Final Fantasy VII jams. Mainly because, yeah. Man, if there's a game series that rings fucking true now, I'd like to say thank you, Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, and Jamami, I apologise for the gallows humour. It's just, I couldn't think of a better example. It's alright, I've got my... I've got my Dead Parents membership. It allows me one gallows humour joke per day. It's like on a cooldown. It's actually not that, it's my New York City library card. But yeah, no. It's the only thing I can think of. Because here's the thing, like, any one of those studios right now is at risk. Like, I'd say 343 is about the only team that they wouldn't just shoot in the back of the head. Right? Like, what if they just decide that fucking Sea of Thieves just isn't doing it, I guess? Bye, Felicia. Like, what the... No one is safe right now. And they can wrap it up however they want. But, like, you know, Microsoft have shat on Rare before. Rare and Lionhead were basically like the brothers in arms through, like, the 360 massacre. Okay. Yeah, now, Happy Pie, Take-Two is definitely in the same vein. And, like, a million years syphilis on everybody who was part of that decision to shut, like, Roll 7 and stuff like that. 1 million years crotch rot. And apologies for being graphic again, it's just... Okay, for us in the small space, like, a $10 million project would probably fund a fuck ton of games that we want to make and produce produce games that will be around for fucking ages, right? At the level that people like Take-Two are dancing at, yeah, you know, 10 million is a fraction of a bonus for a CEO that creates nothing. Sorry, Nick was like, 1 million years crotch rot, Will? In front of my enchiladas? Well, cover their ears. This stream is tagged for mature audiences only. Alright? If your little enchiladas are getting to hear some Willisms, that's your fault, alright? Yeah, and so Kaimball, this is again... This is where my feelings are obviously at the helm right now. I'm trying to be as level-headed as I can, but like it's very raw, very fiery today. Because here's the thing, I do think the gentleman who runs Rare has been doing a very good job. He has navigated like the Microsoft bureaucracy for years and kept that stuff together. It's definitely telling that when Lionhead lost Peter Molyneux, they definitely lost their ability to kind of like operate with any kind of independence, any kind of like agency, right? And if we look at what happened with Tango Works, like two very notable individuals went deuces. Now, they didn't, like, throw any bricks on the way out, which probably means they got, like, golden parachute or something. But I know, and Angelos, I entirely believe they would have been toast if Sea of Thieves hadn't been a hit. Entirely. And Happy Pie, you're very welcome. I'm just glad I got them all together in one place, you know? But the thing is, like, these layoffs have hit so many of close friends, have hit so many people I care about, you know? You've probably noticed me unraveling multiple times in a fucking stream because, like, I feel like I have fucking survivor's guilt. There are people wildly more creatively talented than I am who can't make fucking rent right now. Now look, we're not living hot. We're counting our dollars. But, like, I'm still eating, you know? I've got side work. I'm currently working for 3 different games companies and streaming at the same time. That's what it takes. But, like, you know, this isn't a concept in abstract. These are friends that are getting fucked over. These are games that I care about that will never see the light of day. Like, do you know what hurts about playing Redfall is every little bit of genius you can see. That game needed another year. It was very clearly rushed. And let me tell you, game devs don't rush games out the door. I'm just gonna, like, you have to release your game. I'm sorry to all of you who are currently working on a game. Someday you will have to release it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Users will have to play your game at some point. But the other thing that you well know, and the reason why I have to say that, is that if I let you make your game ad infinitum, then you wouldn't release it. You'd keep making it. Or maybe you, like, early access it or something. I don't know. Most devs, given the opportunity, would just keep working on it. There's a certain sweet spot you hit when you're making a game where you never want to leave. It's like this creative paddling pool where it's like, it's not like the pre-concept stage where everything's all in abstract. You can actually see it starting to appear and take shape. That's the little place that everybody wants to live, you know? Nick's like, I want to fucking hear this right now. I told you, your enchilada's got to learn. But when you look at Redfall, and we talked a lot about this, because I spent... How long did I spend with Redfall? Okay, not gonna... I spent 25 hours with Redfall, alright? And the thing that kept hitting me was when you could see the start of something brilliant that was never given the chance to finish, right? So there's one particular area that stood out to me that's actually... So the starting area to Redfall is one of its worst. And there was definitely a point where you were supposed to be able to explore the whole island, but because of, I guess, a technical choice that was made, you have the paddling pool area, and then once you leave that, you can't be in the paddling pool anymore. But when you get into the area general, while the activities are more sparse and spread out and weird, you get to see some of that, like, arcane brilliance. And there's one area that's one of those, like, cute touristy villages. It kind of looks like one part, like, British Cornwall beach town, one part, like, Bavarian, like, American tourist trap. And the verticality on it is fucking cool. Because so long as you stay up on top, you've got this great feeling of, like, roof-to-roof battles and, like, above. But if you get knocked down, suddenly the streets become, like, scary and oppressive, and you're hiding, and, like, it's fucking tense. You know, it feels like that magic that we've come to know. But unfortunately, it's just kind of left and dropped because they didn't have enough time. You know? Microsoft was so fucking concerned with having a tentpole for Game Pass that they were like, no, you're releasing it now. And I assure you, had they been given the chance, they would have spent more time with it. You know, we now know that the decision to go from like always multiplayer co-op to go from co-op to like open world season pass type shit was kind of thrown at them, and they made it work with what little they had. Those weren't decisions that they chose to do. Like, and yeah, I like. Nifty Chris, again, capitalism bad. And I apologize, I don't want to go down that route because it's cold comfort to those who've been affected by it, you know? Most of us here are living paycheck to paycheck. Most of us here are counting our pennies right now. Things are fucking hard. And we know the answers to why, you know, dickhead Ballbag McGee gets hundreds upon hundreds of dollars on the minute, and you know we're kicking ass for 50p in a bag of skips. I guess right now I just want to focus on what we can do, what we can change. And so AR, I mean, I'm not going to be doing it anytime soon because it's going to be a while before I want to like out and out support, like, I don't know. But one of the things was that a lot of people did discuss how Halo Infinite's open world felt a little rushed. Start to see a pattern, right? And yeah, no, like, Angelos, we can support our indie friends, right? We can yell about, you know, Balatros and, well, like the thing we're going to be playing tonight. Like, I'm bringing you peak self-published indie weirdness, you know? We're going to be playing, in a little bit, I'll get it started, we're going to be playing what's called The Tower on the Borderland, based on The House on the Borderland, a novel by William Hope Hodgson, which I'd never even heard of this guy. The novel is a hallucinatory account of a reclusive stay at a remote house and his experiences of supernatural creatures and otherworldly dimensions. Its art style is Parasite Eve by way of Mike Magnolia, and yeah, well, so Happy Pie, the one good thing is that the games industry isn't all sewn up. Like, if our household becomes more financially stable, I will start moving us away from Game Pass and stuff like that. Because, like, you can't say it's a good deal for friendos when friendos are getting fired. You know? But right now, it is entirely possible for you to create a game that does good. There's no barrier to entry for you releasing your game. If your goal is to make money from a video game, there are ways to do it. It's tricky, but it's possible. It definitely takes time now. But there's nothing that stops you from releasing, right? You put a game up on itch, tell people that once it makes $150, you'll put it up on Steam when you've got the cash. Once it's up on Steam, go from there. Look at your next game. Build a back catalogue. Say something. Even if you say it weird and with janky art, say something. Because they can't. Like, we've talked a lot about this, that, you know, as a AAA game becomes larger and larger, you know, the worry from executives starts to take a toll on creative. You know? It's fucking funny how know-nothing neckbeard twats will talk about censorship in video games as if it's, you know, teams like Sweet Baby or, you know, creative, queer, diverse individuals that do it. No, it's a pasty white fucker named Craig who failed his way through the music industry until he fell into video games, and now he's perceived to be successful. Like, and it's that cunt. Sorry. I try not to C-bomb where I can, but it's feckin' Craig. Not Craig. Craig's a homie. We love Craig.
Not to brag about finances, but my credit company keeps telling me that my payments are outstanding.
Ehrman, with your permission, I would love to be able to use that joke in the future. Yeah, Craig drinks with Stabby Dave and twats the Berryman. But the Craigs are the individuals who genuinely censor video games. And okay, censor's a strong word. But, okay, so we've got Angelos rolling with us. Now, we can't go into specifics because I know when my NDAs were out, but I don't know when Angelos is. But one thing we talked about that absolutely does not apply to any video games that we've ever worked on is how...
Stop that incessant clicking.
No, do not give Craig a sub. He's a fucking asshole. He knows what he did. But okay, so like, everybody wants hot shit UI until they get it, and then they start going, oh, well, user market testing says that... You ever wonder why, like, every free-to-play shooty gunbang looks the same? It's because they're all cribbing from the same sheet. It's like, oh, well, if Call of Duty does it like this, then we have to do it like that. The reason why all mobile UI looks the same. That's not because that's what people want, but that's because what the Craigs of this world have informed others that people want. Like, what's that new, what's the new Shin Megami Tensei title that got announced? That had that fucking gorgeous UI. Like, because I don't think we've had the chance to talk about it. Was it? Oh, it's not Blackgate. Yeah, and just everybody says we want something that looks like Persona, and then you give it to them, and they go, can you make it more like bland? Ah, yes, thank you, Alpha. Metaphor re-fantazo. Fucking Stabby Dave. Oh, just a little stabby. Trying to see if I can find like a GIF. Hang on, I'll just bring it up on screen. Look at this. Look at that. That's not concept art. That's your party. Also, I want to be best friends with Big Rabbit. Alright? And yeah, like Angelos, I'm not saying this to toot your horn, like, car pun intended, but you know, Pacific Drive had a really, really gorgeous art style like throughout, and the UI and systems very much reflected that. Because it's a small team, they're not listening to it. So why bring that up, right? Because we've been talking a lot about Fallout recently, and how, like, you know, what Obsidian did with New Vegas was probably like the freshest. Why was that? Well, because the engine was already done. Somebody else had made the engine, and Fallout New Vegas was essentially treated like in the same way we used to treat expansion packs back in the day. Like, they got a couple new features and they got new assets, but game engine, done. Way to make game, done. Just you do your thing, right? And so what we got was something that was wild and different. Chandler Bing shoots you in the face and then you wake up with a headache. Like, the game was rigged from the start. What a fucking great way to do it. It was also buggy as all hell due to the very, very quick turnaround time on development. Let's not forget that. But like, what Obsidian did with that was fucking brilliant. And then we got Fallout 4. But you'll have to have seen the same thing I saw with 4, which is like, mechanically, fucking great. Weapon construction, the power armor, love it. Narratively, boy, it sure was the softest one so far. For a game that's basically doing their version of the American Underground Railroad, you know, the thing what got them Slate out. Very, very soft. It was very, very like bouncy castle of racism. Like, all racism's bad, isn't it, kids? Kind of like... And what we've seen with Ubisoft in their inability to tackle real-world problems. But the reason I bring this up is that because the amount of money reliant on Fallout 4 being a success increased, right? We had 76, that was its own problem. But whatever Fallout 5 is going to be, is going to have to make an order of magnitude more money than 4. And how do you do that? Well, you appeal to the lowest common denominator. And who decides what that is? Business side. Because I want to jump back to someone, was it Cigarette was saying? The balance of creative, finance, and organization is out of alignment. Yes, I know I rave about this so much, but that's why, like, keep your hands off Etiken is so fucking vital to teaching to young creatives. Like, business is a part of it. For as long as we live in a capitalistic hellscape, we've got to play by the rule set. We didn't all want to have to play D&D 4th edition, but when we did, we made it work. Alright? I actually, one of my favorite campaigns was in 4th. But my point being, the business is in service of the art. And when all of the elements work together in harmony, that's when you get just beautiful things. When things are out of whack, that's when it becomes a challenge. You know? And right now, it is so drastically out of whack. You know? I keep thinking about how the team at Ubisoft keeps coming up with these great concepts that get passed through the corporate filter and come out as these incredibly bland, incredibly sanitized, and if we're being honest, incredibly fucking censored versions of it. What was it? Fallout 5? Not Fallout, sorry. Far Cry 5? And yeah, I know I rave about this one, but sorry, I'm on a roll. Yeah, so Far Cry 5 was it's not political, which Ubisoft said, it's not political. We're literally based on a religious cult compound that really exists in the US. Like, they were actually going to say something about the insanity of stuff that's happening in our world today. But, nope, they took it right through the old...
Sensors online.
Oh,
Weapons online. All systems
Wallosaurus,
nominal.
thank you kindly.
Oh.
Oh, indeed. It is always funny, anybody that's had to work with me in the past that's like, you know what, yeah, I will, I'll throw this guy a sub. I'm like, weren't you all sick of me back in the day? Well, that's another story. And of course, famously, The Division was supposed to be an actual, like, DayZ survival game set in New York. Like, it was going to be intense, it was going to be focused, but again, it had to go through the machine and came out with the bizarre looter-shooter that we got. Angelo says I'm less annoying now. Well, that's because I get to talk about this stuff on the daily. I had a lot of pent-up conversation. So, I don't know. I know it's a hard thing for people outside of our industry to internalize. It's hard to go to gamers and say,
Stop that incessant clicking.
sorry, to whoever that was, thank you for gifting a sub to Happy Pie. I know it's hard to internalize things that you haven't seen firsthand. The games industry is a... Oh shit!
Nah, you are a gem.
Fucking yo! Thank you, friend. Thank you. We can afford groceries now! Yay! Wallosaurus. That's a very large amount of money to my little household, and thank you. Like, I said this earlier, I will say it again. I'm gonna try not to let the feelings, like, body me at this point, but I also feel incredibly lucky, and I kind of feel like a bit of a dick when we're talking about this, because I'm in an incredibly privileged situation. Not just because I'm playing, like, you know, default character with spicy bonuses, but because, like, I went independent a long time ago because a certain somebody So someone who has shit for bones left me in a situation where that was what happened, right? I've been able to do consultancy for games companies because... No! Lizzie! All I'm saying is I'm very, very lucky, and I try and hold that heart. I try and hold that in my heart that I am speaking from a place of privilege, and I do have fucking survivor's guilt right now. Now I've got to make a tea of myself! But just... Mate, thank you so much. You don't even know how much money $100 is to us. Thank you. And now to offset it, I've got to dab like a twat. You know what? For as much as I still despise having to do this, it's probably one of the things that stops me getting an ego. It's like, if Will starts running his mouth too much, push button to make him be a dickhead. Or less of a dickhead. Fucking terrors. No! Kaibo! No! I'm feeling things! Fucking wait! And before I flail some more, sorry, you're over here. Before I flail some more, I just want specifically Happy Pie to know that which long ship emotes that you use is something it keeps track of each month. You can push the needle. You can do that. Okay. Oh, how many was it? 2. You're proud of yourself, Kaibo! You come to this, the day of my guinea pig's wedding. Is it blurry? Oh, my eyes just fucked today. Little from column A, little from column B. Oh. Oh! Pacha! Fucking hell. But again, just... Yeah. Thank you, mate. Anyway, before that, that rant goes to a ride. I know. It's just what the fuck?
Let's offset that second dab a bit smile.
What the fuck? Thank you. Fucking thank you. Yes. Which I'm not equipped to process right now. Alpha, thank you so much. Wallosaurus as well. So Alpha gets the Yaldum. What will you do with it? Because that's a fucking lot. Oh, I'm worried if I start crying, I'm just not going to stop. Oh, God. But no, seriously, thank you. That's so much money. And I'm extremely grateful. I'm extremely grateful. So yeah. Yeah. Look, like I said, I try not to feel too many things right now, and I've been going to lengths to do it. But I'm just, again, thank you, and well, I know my anger today isn't how we do, right? Thank you for letting me talk about this stuff, and I hope I've been able to provide you all a space where you can vent a little. I hope moving forward I can continue to be the little, you know, second screen watching your tiny little Tamagotchi running around in a tab that gives you a place to talk about this stuff, because I try to, Phyllis, I try to. Because the thing I was going to is like, you know, I understand it's so hard for users to internalize things they don't know, and it does mean that we can't just talk to them. They don't know the fucking structure, you know? They don't know the Robs of this world. They don't understand that, you know, it's 5 white guys in a room that decide all video games that happen, and that none of those people play video games. Oh, feckin' yo! Okay, Stealthy House Carl is on the hunt. Thank you for gifting a sub to Cigarette. That's very kind of you. Yeah. Well, an alpha, it's one of those things of like... and Biggs, Watto and welcome. You're not out of the industry unless you choose to leave. By that I mean that if you're out of work, you're still in the games industry. If you desperately care about it, you're still in, alright? You don't stop caring when you leave a studio. And to the people who are leaving the games industry, I respect them. They'll always be welcome. You know what I mean? But Earthman Dave, you're right. There are people whose jobs it is to make game stories less interesting. And it's not diversity consultants.
Stop that incessant clicking.
It's 3 goblins in a trench coat. Sorry, as I said, I'm worried if I start crying today, I'm not going to stop. But like, yeah. Earthman Day is like, if I can get a job as a game worsener, I reckon I've got mistakes. Yeah, but it's like being successful in games publishing. Step 1, already be rich. And yeah. I mean, Wallosaurus, you're an incredible, incredible artist. Like, that is an applicable skill, but the games industry would be worse off without you. And that applies to so many people, like. Yes. Oh yes, and yes, being as white as driven snow definitely is that's a must for the English language territory. But it's like, I don't know how to put it to users that yes, you know, the large AAA games are being controlled, and that there are large numbers of great games that will never see the light of day because boring old white guys that don't play video games go, really? Well, no. And look, I know I've told this story multiple times, but the point where I realized the upper echelons of the video game industry were fucking useless was watching someone pitch one of the most interesting concepts to a room full of old white executives. And like, on the one hand, I want to say no hate, right? Because like, you know, have a family, spend time with them. Like, you don't have to live video games to work in video games. I'm a fucking anomaly, and I don't sleep, right? But on the other, when somebody brings you some fresh as shit cyberpunk stuff that no one else is doing, that would coincide with Cyberpunk 2077, like, in terms of that, like, timing to hype, well, you've got basically a fucking slam dunk, but none of the fucking suit-wearing, you know, neckties cutting off the blood to their brain bell ends could comprehend anything that wasn't the white American experience. They couldn't even take the time in that meeting to begin to empathize that there are different cultures other than checks notes default. And yeah, no, Lizzie, you are correct. Actually, bad sleep is kind of consistent across the games industry, But again, before I careen down Rage Mountain at high speed, it is important to remember that our industry has the least barriers to entry when it comes to release. You know? I feel for people... Actually, I don't. Working in film and television sucked. But in other industries where you are beholden to a publisher or, you know, a distributor or a supplier or what have you, at least in this, you know, there's loads I would fix about Steam. There's loads I would change about itch.io. Specifically, people calling it itch.io. But right now, if a bunch of us get together, we can release a game. We don't need Mr. Microsoft's approval. We don't need, you know, Billy Ballbag of Ubisoft to give us the thumbs up. We can do it. And if ultimately our goal is to make something, we can. And that's powerful. That's very powerful. And I try and hold on to that. I'm not saying that we should engage in like survivor bias flavored worship. I'm not saying that we should, you know, venerate the handful of super successful indies as that's how it all goes. But we can look at games that say and do interesting stuff. Like, I mean, the game from last week. Sorry, there's a bunch of peeps who weren't in last week who may not have seen it. Check this out. So this is the Collage Atlas, which I still haven't finished the last puzzle on it. But look at this. Hang on, I'll bring it up on main screen while we're chatting. Look at this. This whole game was drawn by hand, like ink on paper. And it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. One guy decided this is what he wanted to do. Now, it took him 4.5 years, but ultimately, it's something that's left me pondering, you know. I understood the poetry of this because it understood the language of what it was trying to say. It wasn't just pretentious art for the sake of. It used everything that you expected to say something very, very personal and not scream it in your face. No, seriously, to 4 Elemental, he even spec'd out some of the scenes as collages. Hang on, let me show you. It's John William Evelyn.
You know, you shouldn't let anyone Shannon. If you let them Shannon once, they'll shenanigan.
Shenanigan. Okay, yeah. So this is from his site. So like, hang on. So yeah, those are the clocks in game.
Reactor online. Sensors
Crux.
online.
What and
Weapons
welcome.
online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
He hand drew the skins for it. Like, sorry, and Crux, like, thank you for the 33 months. Sorry, I'm kind of containing a lot of feelings right now because people have Alpha and Wallosaurus were incredibly kind, but if I start crying, I'm not going to stop. So I have to try and be a bit, yeah. But yeah, look at this, like the hand drawings that went into the greenhouse, and this was the thing I was talking about, like a little like test spec diorama. Yeah. Oh, and Jamami, thank you kindly. I should have put the link in there, but yeah, you can see the construction of this. Like, stuff like that is gorgeous, and you don't need Mr. Microsoft's approval to make it. You know? We've talked so many years about the air quotes death of AAA, and this might be it. I think we'll still have a few big entities, but I can't see people willingly enter into this. Because here's the thing. Why do games industry creatives work for big companies? Because it's safe, because it's stable. Only it's fucking not anymore. You know? There's a bunch of us here that served at the Creative Assembly, and that was one of the longest running studios that hadn't done major layoffs, aside from CA Australia, which was quietly killed. You know, it's quadruple A or nothing. And yeah, CA's been laying off friends and old cohorts left, right, and centre. You know. Now, Fracture Falcon, I do agree, and I think that really is the only thing that we can encourage and help support is unionization of people under publishers. Not just studios, but like inter-studio. Like, again, if all of the workers under Xbox unionized, can you imagine? Number go down very fast when whole BAFTA award-winning game studio is shot in the back of the head. Yeah. Oh, and for Elemental, the AAA is actually a classification thing. It's one of the few terms from that little smorgasbord that stuck. And it really came from the fact when back in the day, we used to have loads of mid-tier games companies, and the AAAs were kind of like the standouts. Now the AAAs are kind of like the lumbering, awful zombie machines, with everyone drastically trying to get away. But like, you know, it's just... Back in the 90s and the 2000s, it used to be you'd work on any game you could to maybe get enough experience to work at the big ones, you know. Places like Blizzard. No one leaves Blizzard. Nothing bad happens at Blizzard. That was another story. Whereas now, you survive big companies so you can make your own. And Happy Pie, yeah. I actually, and I'm not saying this to upset some folks here that were on that, but like, I was nearly a rancid dickhead online, and I chose not to. But like, CA posted one of those, like, Happy Alien Isolation Day, and I was like, oh, that's so nice of you to do that. You weren't nice enough to keep the team together, or support the people that actually fucking did the stuff. But, you know, chupa 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 chup. Yo, when those fucking skeletons come out, that's gonna be a day. But those aren't my story to tell. As Angelo says, the team behind Alien Isolation left a long time ago. But I don't want to go down that route, as I know there are some people here that don't want to relive that on the constant. But here's the thing. We do have the opportunity to unionize. And so I don't think it's about unionizing in terms of like profession to profession. Sadly, I don't think a QA's union or a programmer's union is necessarily going to be a thing. What I think is a studio union. I think that teams and studios underneath having the potential to... Yeah, Fractured, make the union you can. But the idea that if the different studios unionized under Microsoft, situations like this would have to be taken much more lightly. You couldn't just clack a whole studio in the back of the head, like fucking Mice and Men. Because if you did that and everyone went, hey, what the fuck? Suddenly, your entire live service team isn't working anymore. And, like, we haven't even started fucking talking about contractors. Like, if you don't know, Microsoft has a caste system, right? Which is you are either a full-time employee or you are a contractor. As a contractor, you are an expendable body. If you die, you will be replaced. You get to work there, but you get none of the benefits. And if you are a full-time employee, they shower you with all the goodies, but if you ever leave, you've got to go back down again. Like, it's fucking sinister. So, what a lot of those big companies do to avoid having to, like, go through layoffs and to avoid having to make people full-time employees, they hire rolling contracts. There's a great video about this on... weirdly, it's about how Tears of the Kingdom was so good. But it's something that people have started to talk about because, like, they keep people in these studios for like 15, 16 months, or as right up until the cusp where they would have to offer them a full-time position, and then just get rid of them, bring in a whole new wave of contractors. And no, Lizzie, that is a very good point. It's very difficult to compare US and Japanese labor situations. Both the cultures and the laws around them are very, very different. And this is why I think a studio-to-studio union is a better idea than a profession-to-profession. Because, like, we can't just have a QA union. We're too spread out across the world. But, you know, if all the Microsoft game studios formed a games union, and then Microsoft went, yeah, we're going to destroy one of your studios, and they went, do it, and we all put our tools down. Like, do that, and Xbox Live goes offline. Suddenly, a few more executives might have to eat crow over some bad decisions they made, right? Because this is the thing. What is happening here isn't a move that is being done to preserve the studio. It's being done to preserve the games, to cut the bad bits off and save the good. This isn't surgery. This is... There's that fucking bit from not The Force Awakens. From The Last Jedi, you know? This is the fucking crackheads in, like, Space Vegas. So for Elemental, today Microsoft announced they're going to be closing Arcane Austin, Tango Gameworks, and a couple other studios. So the team behind Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo, and The Evil Within, and team behind like Redfall, and I believe they did Prey Nouveau, right? It's Vegas, if you will. Yes, Burdenflow, you get it. Yeah, no, and they're just... It is, and that's an Elemental. That's why I've been raving Crazy Eyes today, because I needed to. And yeah, Lizzie, you're right. It's very easy for me to sit here and say, just make a union, as an independent idiot, you know? But the thing is, the people making those announcements, the people sending those emails and culling these studios.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fearless, that's really cool of you, thank you. Yeah, the boiled piss is now cathartically simmering. They're playing their own game of, like, fucking Risk, right? Because the only game they'd be playing is a bullshit one that isn't actually any fun. Risk Legacy was good, and that was it, I'll concede. But they're playing this insane game, and the insane game has given them a turn where they have to pretend like number go up.
Stop that incessant
Hey!
clicking.
Oh, you lot are being fucking lovely. Again, I can't feel things today other than rage, because I'll just not stop crying. But, thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So whoever that was, you gifted us up to Rinzai, the Wanthera, but also Joby, LSDT, and the
Stop that
Fincan.
incessant clicking.
But no, Angelos, I do know that,
Stop that incessant clicking.
you know, the post-Thatcher world in the UK, we're not good at unionization, and we're not good at group action. Also, most of the big games companies in the UK
Stop that incessant clicking.
do treat their people like expendable shit. And I've talked about this in the past, but let me tell you, once I encountered the rest of the games industry, like, I know we're talking about the evils of the American system, but they value and they treat you way better.
So you were saying there is a chance.
I'm just trying not to, Crux. I'm just trying not to. I understand that has been a red bit, a blue bit, and a fucking $100. Like, I'll feed my little family now. Just... But yeah, the lack of unionization in the UK is because you're kind of treated like shit compared to the rest of the industry, and you feel... Studios treat you like you're inconsequential, and they treat you like... You should be lucky to work for a game studio in the UK. It's better in the US, but obviously not perfect, as we're talking about, but... You know, in the US, there is a history of unionization. Union busting is also rampant, and tech has positioned itself as like the cool good guy. You can wear your jeans to work and your comfy shoes. Don't worry about it. We're all buddies and roommates and do. Like, that position has definitely disarmed people for quite a while. So, like, there are organizations in the US that are helping people get the tools. You get their site for it. So Games Workers Unite is one of the big resources. Like, I've spoken with them. Honestly, I want to fucking volunteer and shit, you know? Just I need more hours in a day. But actually, so Fractured Falcon, I'm just looking at it and I don't know what state they're in. They were at GDC. And Hookshot Watto, and welcome. And yeah, Ultrazini, that tactic can hit with people because if you've been in games for a while, you've had to deal with, I don't know, we've already had Craig. We need give me a middle manager's name. Give me a middle manager's name, because we've all had to deal with them. Fucking Robert. Fucking Gary. No, Gary's one of us. Cody. Fucking Robert. And not because I work for a Rob, not at all. But anyway, so you get like a Robert type who is usually like pseudo production or production aside. No one knows why they're there. No one knows what they contribute, but they seem to be both like a controlling effect and a stopper. Like, he would be like, sorry, this is specifically for the CA survivors, but like the Four Horsemen are all that type, right? They're not direct contributors, and you're kind of avoiding them. And anyone who's worked in a mid to large studio has had to deal with at least one of them. They are an individual that you have to avoid and go around. Should they become interested in what you're doing, be prepared for your shit to suck for like the next, 4 months. That thing that you've been really enjoying working on, kiss goodbye to it. Why do they do that? Nobody knows. They're like a fucking element of make it worse. And one of the tactics that has been used as like anti-games unionization is an increase in middle management. You know, the idea that, oh, what if your union guy is standing over your shoulder? I mean, but Robert's already there, and right now, he's not doing shit. He doesn't work for you. He works for them, right? No, and Fracture Falcon, that's very true. But right now, there's no longer any semblance of safety. There's no longer anything that says, hey, you know what? You did good. You're safe. You know? Back in the day, if the game sold like absolute poo-poo garbage, chances were that Mr. the Publisher was going to come around and be like, hey, knock, knock, knock. It's time. Either give us another pitch, or... But yeah. But right now, the people that should have been the safest just got taken out. And I don't think that's going to settle in for the higher-ups for a bit. Like, there's not anyone at Embracer Group who's going to be around to make decisions and what have you. You know? Embracer just split into 3 pieces, and those 3 pieces are going to have to survive all on their lonesome. Like, that's a whole kettle of monkeys. But fucking Microsoft. Trillions of dollars. Stable as a fucking rock. Just clacking studios that were banging out winners. Right? And hell, Phil Spencer's whole, like, we're sorry, like, whole fucking sad boy tour he did last year about Redfall, about how they were going to make good on promises, how they were going to keep supporting the studios, was actually, let me check my notes, full of bullshit. Fucking right. Like, at this point, Phil's so far up the fucking chain that I don't care to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying I'm going to piss bottle him, but I'm going to think about it. Think about it real loudly. Because remember, friends, urine speaks louder than words. But look. I feel for these people. Like, and again, the reason that you sell your studio to someone like Microsoft is so that you know your team can be safe. I don't resent any of the studio heads that made the choice to sell to Microsoft. You know? When you think about it, even Bethesda that had big money nonsense, even they went, you know what, it's scary out there. Let's shore up at a place we know we can be safe. And they brought those teams with them. And yeah. The one advantage, though, I will say that that we have over other industries is, like, just flat out, our technical literacy is some of the highest, right? And I would, from having worked in spaces, I would go so far as to say that, like, games industry individuals have higher technical literacy than other, like, tech-based fields, because we have to just make it fucking work with what we have. You know, I'm not saying that people that work in a predominant amount of tech companies are dumb or stupid, but from a computer science background to an applicable state, the shit that I've seen games programmers pull off, and fucking games artists pull off, blows my tiny mind. What this means is that you have a group of people that are able to converse and communicate covertly, more so than a lot of other places. And again, we have to play within the environment that we have. We have to work with the rule sets we're given. You know, friends, I dream of the point where we get that Star Trek future, right? And if you haven't watched The Orville, I wholeheartedly recommend it. Because, I don't know, call me naive. If we don't blow ourselves up first, I think we'll get there. It's where we've got to be. And we'll get to that point where the dedication to one's art can be one's life without having to deal with this bollocks. But we got to work with the hand we've got. And the hand we got given is capitalism. But capitalism has one good strength. It's that the rule applies to all. Money is the right makes might. And people are what cost money in video games. People cannot be replaced quickly you can't scab a video game. Like, you could try, but like, I mean, to those of you who have worked on games that had custom engines, imagine everyone on the floor downs tools. What is management going to do? Hire 100 people to come on in? Good luck with that, because all of the documentation is up to date, and there are no strange, weird edge cases at all. And Fractal, you're right, nobody in the ZeniMax union was laid off, which is very cool. My current theory is that the renewed interest in Fallout is what saved core Bethesda from getting clipped. But yeah, as Wallosaurus is saying, even new folks that are brought on, you've got to onboard them, you've got to ramp them up. And here's the thing, what costs money when making a video game? People. The salary that they are paying individuals month in, month out. That is the burn rate. That is the health, right? And if those same people have to go to their shareholders and go, hey, sorry, we're currently burning a fuckload of cash and making no money because we kind of got rid of this whole studio, which we shouldn't have, and all our other studios have gone get fucked. Like, I mean, what can they do? Fire you twice? Right? Like, yeah, it's the free kiwi fruit in the kitchen that runs things. Although it does make me laugh that they gave that to us at Sega, not as like an anti-union maneuver, but because fucking people was getting scurvy. Supplementing your minimum wage QA job by taking bananas home. So they started rationing out the fruit. But yeah. Sega QA, it was a trip. It was a trip. It was a trip. Now, if somebody wanted to make stupid money in a good, sustainable way, setting up a micro publisher right now, hoovering up talent and just doing like small, and I mean small by like video game standards, like 250K. Like, do you know, friends? Do you know how much money 250K is for an indie team? Or for just for an indie person. Like, and the thing is, big publishers won't even touch somebody for that kind of cash. Or if you've got the existing capital, hiring people that make games independently anyway, give them stability, release their games, and instead of answering to a board of directors, you make a war chest so that people can have healthcare and make their games without dying. You know? Again, it's infuriating because the maneuver is so simple. Yeah. And Lance, that's the thing. That's the thing. The games industry has changed. We're no longer the plucky little maybes. We dwarf all other, like, monetized art mediums. We've had some of the most successful and most profitable years. And it's only the insanity of the system that's creating this. You know? Resistance to unionize, I think, came from this idea that we didn't need that. We were different. We were plucky, you know? But these things have changed. Well, an MDH, like, Xalavir's been running things smart. Xalavir signed a multi-game publishing deal to get through these hard times. And, like, we celebrate the wins, but I don't know any specific details. I don't know anything, but, you know, running Strange Scaffold has not been easy. Like, and I only know this because everyone who runs a team has to. You've got to make hard calls. Sometimes you've got to let people go. Like, it's fucking hard. Okay, so, friends, thank you very much for letting me rant on the topic. Are there any points that you wanted to natter on that we haven't had the chance to touch on today? You know, in other like little game news, so while Remedy has cancelled their multiplayer project, Project Kestrel, all the people in that team have been reassigned. If you want to know the difference between users and games industry, users are losing their fucking mind because Nintendo has formally acknowledged that they will be announcing the successor to the Nintendo Switch. The sequel to the Switch has been the worst kept secret in the fucking games industry for years. I've had so many like wink wink nod nods. And just people just drunkenly talking about it at the W. You know, not even friendly A, just loud and drunk. Actually, Vern Flo, yeah, I'll be a shill for a second. But just again, you're incredibly fucking generous today. Thank you. Vern Flo, no, thank you for reminding me, because if you haven't had the chance to play Lunacid, check this out. So this is the Fungeon Crawlers bundle over at Humble, right? And it is $15. And for me, it's $15 for Lunacid plus others. Going Under is supposed to be rad. I played a little bit of it. Devil Spire is supposed to be rad. I played a little bit of it. Lunacid is incredible and brilliant. Oh yeah, Myth Force looks fun as hell. Oh yeah, like Audrazini, the Switch was always going to have a successor. Nintendo was always going to make another console. They have a business model that they're sticking to, and it slaps. Right. No, just thank you for letting me rant on this one. I try and focus on the good as best I can. I've said this a lot, I'm not saying that we should practice willful ignorance. There's a lot going on in the world right now. But I try and be not even a respite. I try and be at least a thought-through place where I can. And so I try not to delve into the hot-boiled piss too much. But this was just after a shitey day yesterday, and then like being awake as this news dropped this morning was just too much. Now, again, what to do? Help encourage your friends to talk about games unions. Start making some moves. Like, support your indie friendos, as you lot already fucking have today, thank you. You know? And you don't even have to spend cash. Wishlist some indie games. Like, hype up some friends. You know, the game we looked at earlier, the Collage Atlas, has not been picked up. Like, it's currently sitting at 16 positive reviews on Steam. Like, and it slaps. Unionizing is truly punk because it is counter to the system. You know, it is exactly what the existing system does not want you doing. And the fucking irony is, like, you know, we talk about the means of production and shit when talking about these things. People are the only thing that make video games, right? Without people, there'd be no game. And in that power, and in that power. But anyway, Adeus, Watto, and welcome. Now, to make good on my word, I said that, you know, today when we finished the stream, it would be more positive than negative. And by golly, we're going to make it happen. Oh, yeah, well, so Wallosaurus, the thing that makes me smile so much is all the generative AI stuff that we've been seeing is insanely expensive to run. And, like, the whole thing with Steam hasn't been enforcing the no AI art. However, anything made with AI art, you can just fucking steal. Like, it's not real art. You can do what you want with it. You can make a t-shirt of somebody's fucking key art that's just a pair of swinging testicles where the logo would be. And you can sell that for money. And they can't touch you. They don't own it. And I'd like to shout out to that monkey with the camera who has done more for copyright than so many. But yeah, so there are two sides to generative AI. One can be stolen from you and you can't make it your own. Two is insanely expensive to run. Like, as somebody who was at a tech company that did cloud compute stuff, that shit's insanely expensive to run. And hey, Amazon, Google, they don't give a fuck. They're the ones selling the servers. The fucking irony of all these AI companies being like, we'll generate you a world. And everyone keeps saying like, oh, you know, they're trying to, it's a gold rush and they're trying to sell shovels. Nah, that's the fucking hoodwink. They're already being sold the shovels by someone else. They are trying to secondhand sell you different worse shovels. You know, all the, like, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they love all this AI shit because where's it being computed? On their servers. Who's paying for that? The companies who are trying to sell generative AI wank. Yeah, Birdflow, they're selling the dirt. I love it. I love it. So, what I mean by that is, you know, ultimately, if capitalism is the mark by which this game is played, generative AI ain't that, baby. So, it's... I'm not trying to dismiss anyone's fears. I know a lot of you here are artists and illustrators and things like that, and I understand what it can be, what can it feel like to be under direct attack. But like the implementation of that stuff is ridiculous. The cost of it is insane. And like one of the few friendos I knew who was experimenting with like language learning models and stuff like that was like, ultimately, it just fucking sucked. The AI would start talking about nonsense that confused the player. And so they ended up spending so much time trying to box in what the AI was allowed to say. It took longer than if you just wrote dialogue for an NPC. And like, hey, no hate to the teams that were building their own stuff and experimenting with it. Like I said, again, one of my good friends built their own adversarial AI during lockdown with their own art as the training data because they're insanely smart like that. While I was getting wine drunk and building Gundams, they created life! You know? And even they've really struggled to turn that into something that can be used, you know? So... if you take anything away from this conversation, friends, because we're going to get into some cool indie shit in a second, it is that your value as a creative, your value as someone that cares about video games is far, far more than anybody wants to tell you. You know? I'm not saying that whole, like, you know, you are special and wonderful with no flaws, because that's a bit culty. But what I mean is that, you know, if you create video games, you are already a step above those that sit on the board. If you genuinely love video games to be here enough, then you understand the intersection between, you know, we as the user and we as the player. At least I hope. And if not, then I'm happy to talk about it. Like, it's not a cult. Wine drunk and building gardens. It's how I be. But you know, not to be a fucking bellend about it, but I just keep thinking of that, like, the problem is they used it for what was it? The game stonks and all those people that went fucking insane. But the whole, like, apes strong together, you know? I don't know how we can educate the gaming masses on who's really to blame. I don't know if it can be done. But if that was ever the thing to happen, God. I mean, you know, the people whose social media accounts and personal information are under siege are very rarely the people that can affect change. And I'm just choosing my words very carefully here. I'm not saying that anyone should reveal the personal information of people who are C-suite and above. I'm not saying that, you know, if we took the same fervor that we have taken to yell at helldivers, to yell at people who are very, very privileged, I'm not saying that's something that we should do. I would never imply that. And also, just before anybody posts anything on this one, remember that Twitch.television and Discord aren't secure places to talk about revolution. If it ever seems like I don't talk about these things a lot, it is because never say something on a recordable medium that you may have to deny in court. Lights out. Guerrilla radio. God. I will say though, I remember as a kid, I say as a kid, like fucking teenager, being very, very, very into Rage Against the Machine, but feeling like, especially like the later albums were almost going a little bit too hard in terms of like pointing people towards independent presses and unionization and ways to take like affirmative action and stuff like that. And like now I'm getting older, I'm like, wow, Zach, you could have gone way harder. Yes. Now, for Action Falcon, obviously, we would never ever condone anything, you know, vaguely terms and conditions breaking. But services and platforms like Signal that do have like encryption and deletion are very, very useful. Well, and so Garrett, what I will say before we get onto the indie space is that just remember, there are people out there who are really fighting hard to make a change and who really are pushing the needle. Digital conversations and social media aren't it. They're a small part of it. You know, they're not the be-all and end-all. You know. Nah, Jamami, you got a bunch of queer Vikings at your back. You'll be fine. We got you. Okay. Before we start building our own guillotines. Right. So, to balance out all this flavored nonsense, today we are going to be playing the Tower on the Borderland. Now, if you didn't hear my pitch of this earlier, this is, and I shit you not, a mix of a 1908 novel about a recluse staying in a remote house and the insane hallucinatory experiences he has of dealing with supernatural creatures in other dimensions, blended with like a PS1 Mike Magnolia aesthetic. I don't know, and Wallosaurus, buddy, it's always good to see you, friend. Like, thank you for stopping on in. Thank you for helping us out. Like I said, I've been feeling a lot of things all at once, so I'm trying not to, because otherwise I won't stop. But thank you. Thank you. But yeah, so this is the game we're going to be jumping to in a minute. Now, this comes out on the 20th, but we got early build. Right, so there may be bugs, there may be weirdness and flailings, but honestly, like, I haven't seen anybody else talk about this game, and I haven't seen anybody else give it coverage, so yeah, this looks coded as shit. Like, Mike Magnolia's Parasite Eve, let's fucking go! So let's fucking go. Now, I preset this up because I wanted to make sure it was working, and the intro got really interesting really fast. So I'm going to jump into this without further ado. I haven't done any of the gameplay elements yet, but like, you're going to see it as soon as we get in. Where's my button? There we go. And I'm so glad I get to show you this, right? Like, we've got tons of people in today, which is feckin' cool. Thank you, everybody who's just chilling, illin', chatting, and lurking. We're gonna get weird with it now. And also, like, friends, thank you for letting me rant on this. I feel these things very, very personally. And like I said, yesterday fucking sucked. So it's lovely to be able to share this glorious weirdness with you. Let's fucking go. Jamami, I think they did have little dinkle dongles. Oh, and Happy Pie, thank you. Tommy's a fucking ledge, and it was a real honor to be able to be on his show, you know? What? I can't hear you over the helicopter! What? I'm gonna be sick! We're nearly there! I do not like this! Is everybody else in the tower? Why is nobody answering me? I didn't get the full briefing! I'm just gonna... Why are you... Okay. Soldier's like, shut up and follow orders. What? I still can't hear you! yourself. What? Stay out of harm's way. What? Out of our way, too. It's very loud! Sir, yes, sir! Sir, I hear something. I thought that said Costco mission. It's an honor to be on this. It's an honor to be on the mission. I won't let you down. We are the only person who's going to survive.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
It's loud and I just got here. What's going on?
We just got to the tower on the Borderland. Wait here, rookie. Just set up the relay at the entrance. We'll radio if we're in trouble. Not that you'd be any help. Apparently our co-workers are mean. Do you come here often? What? I said, do you come here often? Yes, I like trains! That did have peak guy hitting on you at a club. Okay, sir? Okay. Just adjust the option, the audio a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna have to be extra loud. It's got a little kind of like, what's this strange music? Sup, Big Al? And Blue Doom, I think the music is supposed to be there? Okay. It seems like this weirdly disjointed classical music. Yeah, so Blue Doom, it's very evocative of, like, early PS1. It reminds me a lot of, like, the Net Eurosy stuff. And some, like, the early Saturn games as well. I'm a little worried I'm supposed to go outside first. Let's go have a look. Like, it reminds me of Blue Stinger and, specifically, Parasite Eve. The idea of, like, it's not quite tank controls, but it has the same vibe. Don't think I'm supposed to be here. Well, so Phyllis, it's one of the things I like about, oh god, the place we found ourselves in these days, that this isn't trying to actively copy, but it's trying to evoke, right? It's a little bit Siphon Filter. It's a little bit Parasite Eve, you know. I have a feeling that the animations are as much an aesthetic choice as an ability. Because, like, again, look at this Silent Hill ass fog. Where the fuck am I? I should not have gone this far. It's clear on PS1 it has actual circles. Okay. But I can tell you that, like, while the camera is a lot lighter and more controllable, it's not pure tank controls. It feels like it is evoking that very strongly. No. Yeah, I'm saying Will turns to chat once now. He can't see anything. No. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. I feel like we're the only people that don't like that. Or we're not supposed to come out here till later. Kind of waiting for us to get like eaten by dogs or something. But no, so I don't know if it's coming across from playstyle so far, but like I said, it really, really feels like a Saturn game. You know, it reminds me of like I said, like Deep Veer. Well, again, was it Blue Stinger was GameCube, but definitely had that same kind of vibe. And it's already better than the Parasite Eve game on the PSP. Look, I was a huge fan of Parasite Eve 1. I loved the idea of taking the concept of turn-based combat and applying it to something that wasn't just fantasy, you know, like horror. It's like, okay. Oh, God! They all crawled out of him! Dead soldier. Was I given instructions to do something by the entrance? Ah, don't worry about it. We can always go back. The geometry is angry. And hungry, apparently. I don't know. I mean, it could be that I really, really want to like this. Because... Alright, target enemy with RB. Alright. Aha! Take that, hallucinations from my own mind. Sorry, it could be that I really, really want to like this. Because I am definitely enjoying myself already. And it's like, I've been obsessed with the whole, you know, climb the tower, descend the stairs. The concept that, like, you have a game with a very simple premise, get to the top, you know, or reach the basement of the dungeon. Like, we have this impossible building which our character isn't questioning, right? And that kind of has a little bit of that, Hellraiser 2, that was it. And the fact that it's just purely based, it's purely done in this very, very, again, like, net your rosy, simplistic style makes me real happy. B is to dash and to dodge. Ah! Who could have done this? Yeah, Blue Doom, you're right. This world has a logic to it that our character isn't aware of, but we are. Aha! Don't thank me. Thank the knife? Hey, it's not... He hasn't disappeared. Oh, I don't really like that. Ah. been struck! Okay. Now, the next question you need to ask yourself is, do they have little tails? Or dingle dangles? Ice skating, knife fighting. Do we have to ask that? I'd say yes. I wonder what tower this could be. Oh, nice. Sorry about that. Apparently I wasn't actually selected on this. There we go. I wonder where the symbolism's going on this one. But I think, like Blue Doom, I think it's fine. Sorry, not that this game needs my permission or anything like that, but more the case of like an ominous force is keeping it shut. It's so obviously trying to be of like games of yore. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of this show. It's like Dungeon Chill, and it goes over a lot of like old FromSoft titles and weird horror and things like that, and how, you know, a lot of those early titles did use very obvious symbolism because, you know, we were still learning what you could and couldn't say in a video game. Not allowed to say, but what users would be okay. Oh, what the fuck? Sergeant Saxton. So all of our squad are now glowing demons with magical guns and masks? What's going on here? We all deserve an answer to that. Why is everyone... Sir, sorry? I didn't mean to intrude. Apparently you were hanging out with Pope Squad. I'll go back down to my post now. Sir? Church is haunted. But again, think about how much we've been shown. Oh, that's... Okay. Yeah, I'm at home. Think about how much of is being done and said with so little. Like, yes, our character has a very small moveset, right? But again, there's something about our character... What the fuck is that? Mothman, there's no need to pick down. Sorry, what I was going to say is, our character kind of has that peak 90s, like, naive protagonist. Very Leon Kennedy, very... Oh, what's-her-face from Silent Hill 3. Like, you know, I'm here to do good. It's my first day. I can't wait to join the team. That kind of vibe. And so the light and floatiness of it doesn't feel counter to the experience. Ooh, but they can jump like a loon. Okay. Up is where Mothman is. Oh, fucking damn it again! So gross. Okay, so that's an elevator. Let's go check the other spots. Just in case we can find a gun or something. No fall damage! But sorry, all of this feels like, again, it's kind of in service of that, like... Oh god, what was... Okay, tank controls... It was part point and click. Famously had the lesbian couple. It's on the PS1. Shit. Played the fuck out of it. What's up, Big Moth? God darn it. It's gonna drive me up the wall now. Fear effect! Thank you, Fearless. Spot on. Need climbing gear to use. Okay. to the Big Blue Heron. I'm sorry I didn't say hello, Watto, and welcome earlier. Watto and welcome. And to that I say more like the dank macabre. Am I right? Boosh. Blaze it. I had to come to terms with the fact, friend, a few years back, that if I was ever in a genuine situation with, like, the supernatural and things to be afraid of, I would probably resort to just absolutely stupid memes as a coping mechanism. That and, like, singing things. Okay. Okay, so as we come back to this point, we acquire like climbing gear and stuff, and we can go from there. But no, it just, the character design is very evocative of like the that post Lara Croft era we kind of found ourselves in. You know what I mean? Honestly, I know I say this a lot, but the tutorialization has been pretty in our face, but also the game's pretty confident with us just kind of working it the fuck out. Dingle dangle, dingle dangle. But yeah, the infinite hallways, the strangeness of it all. Like, it really, really does feel like, I don't know. No, and Quasi, that's completely understandable. Like, oh, Blue Doom, because I'm known to waffle on, the early parts of a stream have been dubbed thusly. Okay. Yeah, Quasi. Well, what I can say is that we've just started this. This is the Tower of the Borderland, and this is a fucking vibe. No, there is something strange happening here. Hang on, let me... Oh, sorry about this. So find the handgun, find the path down, defeat the stag soldier, collect the spirit grubs. Of course, spirit grubs. Okay. Sorry, I was just noticing that it was missing frames every now and then. Oh, God. I was trying to see if the frames were skipping on my whole software or just the game itself. Because again, this is an early access build. Game's going to be out on the 20th. But like, God, there's just so much to this. Like the fact that it is one whole vibe. I don't know. The way in which characters of this era... Oh, cool! Big spider. Love that for us. The way of which characters of this era... Yeah! now we're getting started, would seem completely unfazed in these strange areas, especially early on, was something that I always thought was quite curious. And looking back on it, I know why we didn't really acknowledge that until like Silent Hill 2. Because it mainly came from the fact that for our little protagonist. I got stabbed bad. Mothman, please don't eat off my face. I said, Mothman, let's go round somewhere else. To Doom Effort, what unwelcome. If it were up to me, I would absolutely add your streak to your other account. Create ourselves like some super sprees. But sadly, these powers are beyond me. You don't know me. You don't know me. We never met. We never met. I am running into places I should and probably gonna get myself in trouble. What the fuck are you? Oh, beans! Oh wow, it really does bring us like all the way back. Oh, it marks off where we got killed as well. Okay. We're learning. We're learning. Apologies, I'm just grasping at these thoughts, but... So, because of the limitations in terms of storytelling that we had back in the day, and the limited ways in which characters could express themselves, like, as a child of the animations from Resident Evil 1, when your characters only have 2 anims, you've got limited things to work with. But here, it kind of contributes to the weird, right? Like, again, it feels very Net Rosy, it feels very, like, homebrew PlayStation. You know, our character has this floaty kind of ethereal quality to them. And the character design is weird, right? Like, shin-kicking soldier armor from the waist down, but then nothing from just a tank top from the waist up. And it's implied that our character is the junior, right? That our character isn't the... Okay. Friends, I'm going to switch to just main screen swimming and see if that helps. Because I've noticed that it's skipping in the streaming software. So if you've been seeing like a... If you've been seeing like a missed frame here and there, I'm going to see if hopefully it's just the way in which I was capturing it, right? So here. Yeah, okay, this is one we haven't been in yet. But yeah, sorry, what I'm trying to grasp at, and I apologize I keep tripping over my thoughts, but it's this idea that it is using that kind of like nostalgic character concept and movement to make everything feel dreamlike, to make everything feel like it's not quite there. Like, I don't know. I played Fear Effect, I played Parasite Eve. I got a real weakness for this, and it's a crime that I can't just play Parasite Eve 2 for you all. Which I know is kind of like the actiony sequel, but I still love it. Ow! But it's things like... while our character was very confused by seeing the rest of her squad all, like, you know, with strange animalistic masks hanging out with Rando Pope, notice how she's almost entirely unfazed by this. Like, I don't think it comes from the world, but they were definitely sent. This team came here for a reason. Alright. Received a handgun. That hurt a lot. You're a tough bastard. There we go. Hey! Restless Roots, what and welcome! But yeah, so... who was that guy? Sorry, Restless Roots, how was your stream? How are you doing? Tell me your tales, what and welcome! But with that one, why is the dude a skeleton? Is he an apparition? Is he one of our teammates? Again, for all the weirdness going on, a character seems, I don't want to say unfussed, but you know what I mean? I keep thinking of that opening segment to Silent Hill. You know, running around, getting completely feckin' lost in that. Oh, I'm just dodging past him. If he bites me, we die. I don't want to go save. Balls. Alright, fuck it. Hopefully. Okay, 5 bullets, jobs are good. Oh, okay, Restless Roots, that sounds like a lovely way to spend an afternoon. Okay, so this is called the Tower of the Borderlands. Sorry, the Tower on the Borderland. It is a retro throwback surrealist, I don't know what. It could be it's a survival game, it could be it's just straight up fucking weird horror. Right now, it's just reveling in being a PlayStation 1 title, and I respect that. Like, okay. So we get 10 bullets and 10 bullets more at save. Alright, I can do this. So yeah, if you ever played like Siphon Filter, fucking Fear Effect, Parasite Eve, that kind of thing. I don't want to say Resident Evil, because Resident Evil was going for something this isn't. Right? There's something else here. Like, so I know the mistake is thinking of this like a horror game, at least currently, right? This isn't looking to be scary. This is looking to, I don't know, to turn us around. Twist us up in this, like, strange little maze. distance is important. And knife! Okay, we can get a little cheeky stab. But yeah, so like, I think it's incredibly unfair to compare this to Darkwood, right? Darkwood is trying to use what you think you know based on your perspective and other games you've played in the Sphere to create one of the most unsettling fucking horror games to date. This isn't horror. This is weaponized nostalgia? I don't know a better way to describe it. This uses what you think you know. The familiar, the classic. We get the tower again. Like, and here's the thing, right now we don't know where this game sits. Perhaps it is just what we see at the surface, right? Perhaps it's just this lass running around fighting Mothman. But I don't know. There's something about it that's just like sick in the brain. Get mothed. Is that a good catchphrase? Get mothed. Creepy ass bastards. There's a lava around that way. It's a lava! A lava! We'll take the elevator. But I don't know. In the same breath, like the impossible terrain, the fact that for everything our character seems weirdly unfazed by, oh, that guy's got a sword. The endless repeating hallways. Like, again, this is apparently based on a book from like, or inspired by a book from like 1908, and that title talks about a person. Apparently, it's the experiences of a guy trapped in an isolated house all by himself, and like him going mad, like absolutely loopy, and then experiencing creatures and seeing weird shit. Beats. Like, death isn't even taken into consideration. Like, we're fucking trapped in this place. You know what I mean? It's like we're already subject to a strange kind of dream logic. The dance macabre plays every time we come back, but there's no limitations on how much we can save. Ammunition isn't something that we acquire, we just have it. Are we tripping tits right now, or are we trapped in some kind of impossible Babylonian skyscraper? I don't know. I think that... bastards. I think that bit right there is definitely where it's popping. So yeah. When it... yeah. Is this a survival horror game, or are we in the Infinite Denny's? I think we're in the Infinite Denny's. I mean, this place is impossible. These creatures are understandable, but in the same breath, make no sense. Because I don't think these guys are supposed to be the Didizens, the people who used to be part of our team. Ow, no biting. And like, there's no overt horror in them. They move a little bit quick, and they have that boing thing when they see you, but again, between the pink panels and whatever these like strange jutting pieces are, like,
I randomly returned to see we're playing Die Hard in an Eldritch Horrors dream. Please shoot some pants onto those shadow men.
Sadly, my pantsing gun is at home. And Akira Zero, thank you for the 500 as well. Okay, stand still to focus on more powerful shots. Oh, okay. So if we focus on this guy. Oh. So we can kind of Bloodborne parry, alright. So just whiffing bullets at them. Okay, I get it, I get it. And the thing is, if it turns out that the way in which we're reading the text today isn't as intended, maybe this is somebody's very first project, and this is more of a student piece with like good illustrations and trappings. That's understandable too, but I don't think that's it. Like, notice how there's been no explanation given for these naked guys. Like, no explanation asked, no explanation given. They just are. Right? So what does that make for all of this? Now, I do think it's a bug that we keep seeing the tales of, like, Tower on the Borderland every time we go past this. But what if it's not? I don't know. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of videos on older titles, and what we used to take as jank was actually some pretty interesting stuff. We just had to have the patience and the wherewithal to struggle through pre-internet solving. Yeah, no, and Dice Goddess, I know what you mean. It's got that, it's definitely got that vibe to it. And also, like, and who needs an explanation for the naked guys? A very good point. And like the fact that we stock up all munitions each time. There's, like, it's not survival horror because it's not asking us to survive. There's no penalty for death. There's no, like, horrific cutscene where our character gets, like, their neck chewed out or anything like that. I am just going to try and put past this guy though because he's a jerk. What the heck is over there? Who the fuck are you? Are you a buddy? Fleming's. Greetings, Aaron. My name is Fleming. I collect lost souls who live on in the wretched bugs and critters. I seek those little spirit grubs. Send those little spirit grubs out. Bring their core to me. You will find them scattered around these ruins, and I will reward you with a tale for each handful you find. Have you found any? Well, not enough. I need at least 5, so fuck off. Wow, you're just a bundle of stuff. But, like, look at that guy. He's clearly in the garb of the soldiers we came in. But he's obviously... Okay, so Aaron says, I don't understand. What the hell happened? This is a nightmare. Dad warned me about that Choso. But Captain O'Reilly, Saxton, the others... What are they doing over here? Like some kind of weird ceremony. Was it them that killed the other soldiers? Did they cause all of this? Why? Not sure what to do next. Go up the tower, make my way back down to the office. It's gonna be tough. Alright, come on. Let's do this. Don't give up. Do not give up. Never give up. Never surrender. Ah, cool. Ghost Owl. My favourite. But no, they're just... Yeah, jumping back. There's something about this that isn't trying to overtly be scary. It's trying to be weird, and it is succeeding. It is succeeding. Gotta take that on. Yeah, offsetting. The goal of this here isn't to be. I'm trying to think of good ways to phrase it. Hate that thing. Oh, hate that thing. But like, so why isn't that thing an enemy? Why isn't that attacking us? Why is it just there?
Wanna hear a ghost owl cry? Boo-hoo.
Proud of that one? And off. Thank you kindly. You lot have been incredibly lovely today. So enemy health seems a bit, I'd say screwy, but a bit weird. Like, it has no consistency. It doesn't have like a rhyme or a reason. I feel a little bit bad about that, not gonna lie. Okay, I currently have one spirit grub, which I trod on. Feel like I should issue a formal apology to grub fans everywhere. Oh. You know that thing of like, you suddenly realise you're ravenously hungry, but you know that the introduction may indeed give you the sleepy sleepies. I have leftover mac and cheese because I made myself sad boy mac and cheese last night, but I'm worried about nap time. And yeah, sorry friends, I keep dancing between like a gajillion different points. It's like... You know when a game is saying something, but you can't quite hear what it's trying to say? That's what this feels like. The LaCroix of plots. I get what you're saying, but this, I don't know. Oh, there's another rub out this way. Like, this isn't Wanted Dead levels of, like, potential genius. Because there are two philosophies currently running through my mind. One is that this is a... this is an early project by a younger dev. This is probably their first commercial product up on Steam. The other is that it's desperately trying to lure me into a false sense. So again, I can't claim to have played this. It's one of my current obsessions since I watched a video on it, but I keep thinking of Baroque and how fucking obtuse and weird and just... You could argue Baroque is just a bad game to start with. If you're looking at the Saturn, you know, it doesn't make sense, the systems are weird, like nothing's really explained to you. I guess you're working for angels and there's a tower, but maybe not. Like, how come there are spiky spheres, which are your, like, everything? Oh, excuse me, what the fuck? And with Baroque, it ends up telling so much. with very little, because it does a lot of legwork early on to get you into a certain mindset, right? Like a certain idea. Okay, so it's the other one I need to go to. Alright, so not that lift, but the next one. Yes, it does give you a gun that fires babies. And a plot point. It knows what it's about. Let's get a little save and reload. Okay, so you are Fleming. Okay, and we need 5 of the little grubs to give to him. God damn it, Andorf. Go to the Shadow Realm and think about what you just said. Okay. What do you mean she's still alive, the rookie? That Saxton dealt with her. She escaped somehow. She was never supposed to be part of the mission. I'm blaming those weasels at HQ. Dad's name, so that's Pull, the section chief. Also, like, it's so incredibly difficult to place when this is, right? Like, the soldiers have this, like, Ghost in the Shell style, like, future tactical armor. But then this whole place is this twisted, grey, macabre skyscraper. Father Brayron is waiting for us up ahead. Take some time before the ritual's completed. We are only at the crossroads of the waking and dreaming worlds. Oh god. I've noticed this is a piece of shit zone. Wow. That's just mean. Hold your tongue, Dougal. Show some respect. Trust in Father Brian. Ah, fuck you! I want this shit to be over. I want to get back. What good are these powers on a damn bug hunt? Okay. I'll kick you down this tower if you do not stop whining. Valid. I cut the crap. Gotta move on. Just focus on the mission objectives. Well, so the thing that strikes me now is like, for Father Byron needs to feed, obviously, but like, I'm so sorry, friends. I'm really starting to fucking fade. Maybe an emotional roller coaster might be a bit much. See if I can find this save point and then go make myself some coffee or something. And what I will do is I'll bring it back to either like the title menu or otherwise, because these okay, giant pots and shit. There we go. Watching a company theatre production of Beastars. I mean, yes. But think about this for a second. Who are we in this game? We're this character, right? But then that begs the question, how did we know about that conversation? Statue or baddie? Statue or baddie? Statues. Okay, we're good. But between the earthenware pots and the stag and the gargoyles, I couldn't tell you where this this pantheon comes from. Or what the fuck this is. Usurper dreams up high in the tower. Defeat his lackeys, and we will let you pass. Okay. God, this is weird. God, I am so sorry, friends. Freaking yawn sneaking right up with me. Yeah, who's we? What's the tower? And that guy has cool armor, which I do not. So you can play yourself, mate. Going round. So the animal masks do seem to correspond to the varying totem you're seeing round. So that could be one thing. Huh. Judica, I will have a look at their back catalogue in just a second. I think I just ran us around in a big old circle though. Ooh. Okay, so no pass until Big Face says so. Okay. Oh, so I'm not, sorry friends, I'm not actually quitting the game. I just wanted to bring it back to, oh, okay, I guess we are quitting the game. I just wanted to bring it back to here so that I could go just quickly reheat some food. Try and throw some cold water at my face and wake up. And Blue Doom, yes. I don't think we're dealing with, like, super genius. This isn't Wanted Dead, but, like, there's a whole vibe and an ambiguity which is just not being explained. And it's this, yeah, PS1 aesthetic meets dream logic that's kind of got me kind of curious on this one. I'm just a little worried, friends, that my body's going to crap out before I'm able to show you too much more of this game. So yeah, I'm going to reheat some mac and cheese and throw some cold water in my face, and then we'll keep going for a bit more. I've still got to do more video work tonight to make up for the thing that imploded last time. I'm doing it! And it's less self-care, more human maintenance, you know what I mean? So they did God Beast and God Beast 2 and Male Bologna? So, sorry, this was their original first game, and it doesn't look boring. Anyway, here you go, friends. So this is the dev's previous titles. Yeah, let me just flip it back over to some Final Fantasy goodness. I'm so sorry. I'll be back in just a second, okay? I need food. I need water. To be continued. Hello there. And yeah, so Blue Doom, yeah, it does look like this is just this dev's kind of style. And honestly, I respect that. You know, not reinventing the wheel every bloody time you want to do something. Hang on, let me... While we're looking at this, I might as well bring this up and just show you all some of the other things. So, let's have a look. So their first title, kind of an interesting one here. How you pronounce this name, I'm not even going to fucking try. But you can see this is a very, very early project. It's interesting. Like, keep it chunky. It looks like it's predominantly untextured. Because, like, a lot of the time, mastering in video games isn't about creating the best. It's about using what you have to make something that fits. Not much fun. Bit Castlevania. Bit low budget FromSoft. What's not to like? And then apparently God Beast 1 and 2 was their next set of projects. And this one, as soon as I saw the motorbike plus side, I was like, ah, okay. It's all about the Animu. Which would explain why in this title, the soldiers all have that kind of like Appleseed aesthetic, or... And again, we've talked about this a lot with, like, building a portfolio of games, like, not trying to make one perfect game off the bat that nobody else has made before, but making a series of titles, improving on what you made, like, the Pizza Money. This is the Pizza Money, like, theory in action. And I'm not saying the Tower and the Borderland is going to be the smash hit. Like, I think a lot of users won't give it the same kind of thought and attention that we're going to give it. You know? I mean, shit. How many groups of people just examine it? Okay, look at that! I want to make best friends with Big Owl and Giant Deer. That's fucking cool. But I don't know as many groups like ours that will look at, like, classic inspiration in quite the same depth and detail. Do you know what I mean? So, like, so far, the Tower and the Borderland is an interesting one. Actually be a pretty good game to play high, because it's not quite horror, it's just unsettling. You know, it's Dream Logic, Parasite Eve. And this whole kind of, like, I don't know, Ruby meets Killer 7 thing's kind of rad. And Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. I'm just, I had like a wild little crash a second ago, so I'm just getting some food myself, I will grab some water before we continue. And we're having a trundle around this game. So this is the Tower in the Borderland. The Tower in the Borderland. And it is weird and strange and nostalgic. Like, what the fuck was this intro? Like, yeah. There needs to be a better term, because this isn't a retro game. This feels like an old game that was never made. Does that make sense? This is like a launch title for the 3DO. In a good way. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that, like, whoever made this challenged themselves to make something using only, like, old school tools. And again, like, the illustration art style for this, I fucking love it. I don't know. Like, how many of you here had a Dreamcast? Because again, I know I keep flitting between generations in terms of comparison, but it's the best that I can give, you know? And like, if we take a look at some of the screenshots as well, so, like, we'll be acquiring, like, multiple weapons and ammo later on. Four-headed Cerberus dog that flies. Ghost owl, still there. Spider moth. The worst of both worlds. Like... yeah, Angelo's RIP the Dreamcast. Nothing but bangers. They were all perfect games with no flaws. Hang on, I need to pause this. Let's spend at least another, like, half an hour or so in game, alright? I feel bad that, like, yesterday was bad times, Bears, so I think I'm still just crashing from that. But, you know, I love the fact that we've gotten an early hands-on with this. And, I mean, you saw, like, I fucking loved Let It Die. And this, I would not be surprised if there's a similar idea, like, at the center of the tower is a power unlike any other. We've been to neither of these, so let's explain. Here's a cool dude, senpai. We should revisit. Fuck you, big spider. We should revisit. Let It Die at some point. I am still mad about the pseudo sequel, though. I think I will be. Oh. I think I will be for a while. For those who didn't see, there was a sequel to Let It Die. It was a battle royale brawler. It was not good, and it did not do well. Of course, the irony is not lost on me that... Sorry, the irony is not lost on me that, like, in the push to, you know, try and have the next big business model, so many teams rush towards, like, battle royales and extraction shooters and stuff like that, none of which really took hold, except for the ones that did. Like, it is kind of... Oh, God! I hate that! We saw that in the trailer, and I wish we hadn't. Thanks, I hate it! Okay. The motif of the different beasts as well seems to be carried through on the soldiers. You know. There's definitely something about this. And I think that's the other thing that's making me think of Let It Die, is that this whole place feels impossible. It feels like it was grown, not made. It reminds me a lot of, you know, things like Blame and stuff like that, you know. The idea of a place that was never made for people. No, Jezik, completely understandable. This game is not going to be everybody's cup of tea. It's definitely not one that will be covering a lot. But this is pre-release. Those don't count as spirit throws. Right. But it is something I'm glad that we're having a little trundle around with. Well, and so Caffeine, that's why it reminds me of Parasite Eve 2. Because for those who didn't go through it, so Parasite Eve was originally a counter to kind of like the other successful JRPGs that were doing the rounds at the time. You know. Okay, approaching the side, so don't piss them off. Parasite Eve was a turn-based game, but it was a turn-based horror game. And it resonated with some people, others found it just a bit too weird, a bit too quirky. Why are you back? I killed you. You cretin. Shit, we can go this way. Its sequel was very, very interesting because it took all the magic system and the turn-based system that so that's the thing that we need. If we're going to bring it back to Senior Grumpy Pants. But yeah, so the sequel took the turn-based spellcasting elements, but added like a more action controls-based Resident Evil kind of vibe. Just save and reload now. And this feels like that. It feels weird and wrong. Sorry, I don't mean, and not in a negative way. It feels like I'm playing insane dream logic. Like, to everybody in this world, this just makes sense. No, Legend, absolutely. I am surprised at how powerful this game is as well. You know what I mean? And honestly, like I said, I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer. I am flagging so hard. For the people that might enjoy this, I want to make sure I do this justice. Gigantic towers that face each other. What are they saying? Blue Doom, that's a good way of thinking about it. The surrealness of it. It's well done enough that it doesn't just feel like somebody faffing around with assets, right? Okay, and Alpha the Deluge, it was lovely to see you. Thank you again. Thank you all. Tomorrow will be Elden Ring. I'm going to try and put the schedule out, though I haven't worked out what... It's almost kind of reminding me of when, after Final Fantasy VII's success, everybody started to try and come up with action combat systems that were kind of turn-based but not. You know what I mean?
Shame you can't cheese it like Elden Ring and kick them off the edge, smile.
Yup. That feels like it would be extremely powerful. Oh man. You don't have any cool goodies for me. They're just lying around not doing anything. No. Adam Bacon, thank you for the bits, friend. Ah, there we go. Oh god, it's full of spiders! Oops, all fucking spiders. Ow, 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 ow! Spider's bad. Man spider and bastard man. But the thing is, we've still kept the grub. Nothing has been explained as to why we spring back to life here. Like, at what point were we pulled into the fucking insane logic of this tower? Do you know what this feels like? It feels like a time loop that we've already been stuck in for a long time. Alright, Angel Kalina, have a lovely day at work. Fight well. To be continued. I probably won't be live later on. But that is because I am very tired. And I still have to kick my arse in gear to make cool things for people. Yeah, we just don't even need to deal with them. Oh yeah, so Blue Doom, I can't go into the specifics of the title, but I got asked by some very cool people to make like a little promotional video for them. Basically like a promotional Let's Play. I'll go on their Steam page, which is really cool. Like, I'm honoured the team asked me, and it's fucking rad. But it was the icing on the cake yesterday that just had me spiraling. Is because like I was tired, I was broken, but I did it. You know, I sat down, I made the video. But at some point, I guess last time OBS updated, I changed all of my recording settings, my codecs and whatnot, or at least how it was recording. So when I did the test record at the beginning, everything's fine because there's very little movement. So yeah, it wasn't until I got out into the world I saw that like the codec had chewed the quality and there was nothing left. Okay, listen well to the story of the Wanderer of the Fog. Oh, shit! So every time we bring him enough grubs, he brings day 23, the month of the hollow skull of Tildora, you know, NBD. When we bring him enough grubs, he shows us the past. A wasteland stretched out before me like a vast barren sea. Its endless expanse broken only by occasional decaying statues, or ruined structure. The sky above is a sickly shade of pale grey, and the air thick with the stench of decay. As I wander through this desolate landscape, I can feel the weight of ages pressing down upon me. It is as if I've stepped into the realm beyond time, where the laws of nature have been twisted and warped into unrecognizable shapes. The statues that dot the landscape like the stone remnants of a blasphemous tribe, their beastly heads a grotesque mockery of mankind. As I stumble through the ruins, I can hear whispers on the wind, hints of curses and chants, and incantations to dead gods. In the distance, the tower looms over the Borderland, like a monolithic sentinel, its ancient stones weathered by the passage of time. My destination is a place of mystery and danger, a boundary between the waking world and the unspeakable horrors that lurk beyond. Okay. Follow the light. As I enter the old structure, I am struck with a sense of dread, for I can feel the ancient power that lies within its walls, the same power that has held sway over this land for untold eons. The halls are littered with strange statues of menacing beastmen, abhorrent creatures who should not walk this earth. As I make my way higher up the building, I sense the power of ancient forces. The power of the ancient forces that lurk here growing stronger, pressing in from all sides. There are dark entities here, creatures of unspeakable horror, malevolent intent, and I know I am treading on dangerous ground. And yet, despite the fear that grips me, I cannot help but be drawn deeper towards the ruins' inner chamber. There is a sacred power here, a mystical strength to hold back the one from the deep, that is beyond the grasp of mortal men. Whatever lies ahead, I must continue on, for I am a wanderer in the wasteland, and the grand tower on the Borderland calls to me. So this tells us loads about the tower and the intent, none about who we are and why we are doing this. Sorry. This is fucking surreal. Friends, again, I hope this is one of those games that when you look at it, like, you can see how this was put together, and it doesn't seem to be using its retro heritage to excuse things. Like, the jank feels like it makes sense. Thanks for the next position. Blam! Sorry! It's because it's got very, very classic controls. You lock on with this, but like, they got X and A as your attacks. Like, it is very classic. Okay. Alright. However, friends, I must apologise. I have hit the wall so hard. Like, my energy is just completely and utterly crapped out on me. I gotta say, I'm thoroughly intrigued by this, and there's so much more to it. I'm fascinated by the idea that the disconnected weirdness of it, and the juxtaposition between whoever was and what is. So, Judica, it's like, I'm not saying that I feel an obligation per se, but it's like, you know, my job, my role in this whole cacophony of nonsense is to be second screen company to your good selves. And right now, like, I'm beat just because real life's been kicking my ass. But, you know, I'm glad we got to have a look at this. Again, like, this comes out on the 20th, so it comes out in like 13 days. And I'm really happy I got to show it to you all. You know, from what we've seen, like, the rest of the game is more of this, like, it's classic Dreamcast era weirdness. Now, the thing is, I keep calling it Dreamcast era, but only because it reminds me so much of Blue Stinger. Itself a much dumber game, but with the same kind of vibe. God, Blue Stinger was so dumb and I loved it. Tactical virtual forgiveness forgiven. Locked on target. Alright. But yeah, well, Blue Doom, thank you for the company, conversation, and witty banter. I'm going to roll credits in just a second because I do have to say a lot of thank yous. But again, just please don't take my exhaustion as a mark against this. And I feel like it's going to use the looping monotony of the architecture early on to make everybody feel really uncomfortable in a way very evocative of certain parts of Nier Automata. I don't want to just say them out loud because I don't want to spoil it, but if you know, you know. Lots of cubes, you know what I'm saying? Lots of cubes. So yeah. What a fascinating little game. I might try and come back to it if I can, you know? Okay, sorry. As my brain starts to leak out beneath my eyes. Like, look. Yeah, caffeine, maybe we'll loop back on launch. It's a couple of weeks from now. But yeah, at very least, friends, keep an eye out on Discord. Discord, fuck me, running. What's wrong with Will? He's got the stupids about him because he's sleepy. Give it a wish list, gives it a little bump, and we'll see what's going down. But I do need to say some massive thank yous. Firstly, I meant what I said earlier. I'm incredibly lucky, especially in the face of everything that's been going down, and fucking thank you. You know, I do have survivor's guilt, and I am going to try and, you know, keep working as hard as I can, because it's the only way I can justify how fucking lucky I am. Thank you. And specifically, I need to thank the following people, because even though it was a short show and we were mostly just ranting about, you know, what's been going down in the industry today, you lot were incredible. Like, it was definitely a day where I could not let myself break, otherwise I would not have been able to come back. But it will definitely hit me like a brick once I've gotten all my my extracurricular work done. So, to Keldra, next to Johnny XB, Flex Tape, apparently, Ehrman, British Beaver, Quasimoto, Craig, Stabby Dave, Wallosaurus, Happy Pie Pew Pew, Sergeant Garrett Cameron, 3 Goblins in a Trench Coat, Crux, 4 Elemental, Rinzel, the Wanther, Finn Cannon, ISDT, Chauvet, Blue Doom, and Jemefit. Whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating a full fucking thank you. To Wallosaurus, thank you so much. That was a huge donation. You have no idea how much difference that makes. And Alpha Deluge, our current reigning Jarl, but also Ehrman and Wolfcrad, Kira Zero, Punspector, Some Numbers, Fearless, Nick, Crux, Andorf, Bacon Avenger, J-Post, Favor 6, and Vanderbeast. Thank you so fucking much. You know, the bits every month come together, and that's why this is still happening. Thank you to the full moderation team, not just Caffeine, but Liz T. Power and Rhymes and Moose, and Restless Roots, who gave us a cheeky little raid earlier. So let's see. Hey!
Sneaky end of stream bits, been looking, nighty nighty lovely people.
Oh, thank you, Scotty. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a good one, and I'm sorry I'm so just destroyed. Okay, let's just see how our industry friendos are doing right now. God, I am beat. I'm so beat. And I have to be interesting for 2 hours later. So, remember me as I was. Remember me as I was. Okay. Okay, so I got 3 choices for you, friends. I got game dev but art. I've got game dev but programmy stuff, or I've got Hades 2. Because there is one friendo playing the Outlast Trials, but that's a bit much for me right now. But I understand some of you might be avoiding Hades 2 for spoilers. In which case, I have 2 flavors of game devery for you. You're right. US Gamer Turnip. Not beat. Angelos would like art. Wolf would like art. Judica. Boom. That's the triple. So we're heading over to a Maple Mystery. This is a lovely individual who's been making a game called The Crimson Diamond, which is like a Atari, like, early visual inspired point and click that it's utterly gorgeous, and they're just living the aesthetic. If I haven't had the chance to introduce you to them, then I'm glad I'm going to get to. But this is the title they're currently working on at the moment. So yeah, I'm going to pass you on over there. Just please say hello and please make my excuses. I'm not even going to be around post raid. I'm going to go crash. Like I'm literally, I see the couch at the corner of my eye. I'm going to go do my best impression of a Dickensian orphan dying of the consumption, like, you know. But no, just thank you all for your continued support. You know, I don't mean that to sound as contrite as it is, just that through it all, you lot have continued to have my back on everything, and I really fucking appreciate that. I'm so lucky for that. And yeah, tomorrow, tomorrow is a day on Elden Ring. I don't know what the rest of the week is going to hold, but whatever it is, we'll tackle it together, friends. We'll tackle it together. Okay, so go say hi, howdy to an industry friendo. Please make my excuses. Have a lovely evening, and to be continued.